Oh, good Lord, I've completely messed up my intro. I music wrong channel. Bleh, wrong. Bleh. Come on, fix this. Speakers. Um, okay. Yeah, look, music. Surprise. Um, Fixed. Yay. Whoops. Goodness me. Oh my goodness me. Lucky it's only you here, Dan. Oh dear. Oh dear. There I was listening to music and like, hold on, I'm not supposed to hear this. But anyways, we're counting down on the music and I already messed up the start. But hey, hi, greetings, salutations, Monday afternoon stream. Welcome, Dan. And whomever else comes by for the VOD later, perhaps, you never know. I'm going to continue on with the Witch game. The Witch Nights. The Witch Nights, which we played for about, it was almost 4 hours on Friday. Um, yeah. Music, stop. Stop music. Hi again. Hello. Repetition of our meetings, our greetings, and so forth. Uh, we still got everything else set up. I mean, this is at least working. Ah, dear. Dearie me. Apparently, we're at 4.5 hours with 42%. We'll also quickly. Listen to the peaceful music. Let's see. Where were we? We were deep underground, apparently. Good progress, yes. Wait for the game to load. Waiting. There we are. We're missing something here. This is where we get that ability to keep those dock gates open, I guess. Curious. This is... We're blocked. Unless I use this in the right spot and that's supposed to open it? I'm not sure. That's suspicious. Looks like it probably ends up blocking off the path. Who knows? Oh, yeah, that's right. No, that doesn't work. Ah, okay. Now I remember. I have this. It phase through some things. This should be one of them. Ooh, I thought I saw a path down that way. Ooh. Sneaky hidden spaces. One of the houses of leaving a game for a few days is you kind of forget a few of the mechanics. But it all eventually comes back to you. As it did here. Almost dead already. That's no good. Bones are blocking paths now. Spooky. Chest. Items. Nope, just more shards. Almost like the opposite of... Oop. Open that up here.
Aye, Captain.
Aye, Captain. Flamethrower. Ooh, I like that one. Yeesh. So I do believe I kept the death counter from last time, so we continue. That was louder than I was. Oh my. Didn't I? Got to keep that in mind. It's not too much louder than me. I have to turn down the... If you think I need to turn down the game sounds, let me know. Good. Oh, whoa, whoa. 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 Oh my. Okay, we got a fist and health. Very nice. Oop, oop. Wasted that health. Two paths here. Okay, that's not a good idea. That looks spooky. Oh. Ooh-wee. Take this. Oh no. Okay. Manageable. That's good. Bit of health. Yeah. Over. Oops. Let's change the spell card deck. Using the extra recovery for mana at the moment. Rapid fire could be useful. And the hand cannon. And I think minigun instead of the Roadside. Look at that, another small hidden path that I didn't open up. Got a lot of shards, so I could probably make gain a bunch of link pretty easily if I get back to the castle. Nice. Very nice. Double nice. There's a lot of mana there. Ooh. It's doing better now. Gotta remember that enemy. Alright. I've just got some energy back. We're doing decent for health, so let's check out this room. Down here. Knew there'd be an ambush. Ooh. Ooh, homing. Okay, this is going to take a couple of attempts. Perhaps we should try to find another rest point. Meanwhile, already lost a heart. Also remember to add that extra death. Damn ambush. I knew it was there after all. Haven't come across a underbaker yet in this area. Shouldn't be too far off, I wouldn't think. Ah. We'll go the assured path that we know. Woo, rapid fire. And see what's this way. Two hearts back. We'll see what's this way. If we can get to that one from over here. We can. Munch, munch, crunch, munch, 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 munch. I said it as a challenge to do it in a small space. Well, the heart, yes. Ah, sneaky. Is the area going to flood just like the other area? I wonder. Haven't seen any submarine ports or anything yet. Who knows? Who knows? Ooh, okay. I didn't expect that. To just suddenly open. There's a keyhole there. Oh my. The slippers. Irene. Hi, Irene. It's been a while. Irene, is that you? You look so different. I do? What are you doing here in your pajamas? We need you at the castle. What am I doing? Well, for starters, I snatched you right before Robin blew you into pieces. I wasn't planning on sending you into the Underlake, though, but I didn't have much time to nail the landing. So it was you who saved me? Yeah, but make no mistake, I'm on Robin's side. She gave you an order, and you didn't listen. You deserved a beating. I didn't think she'd go quite that far. That's why I stepped in. What were you thinking? Picking a fight with the Angel of Destruction? She attacked me. I was fixing the machine, and she got really mad at me and told me to back off. So your loyalty lies with the Venerable, not with us, huh? We're all on the same side. If we don't fix the machine, the invaders will win. After all you went through, are you just going to surrender Dungeonitis to the Daigadai? I don't care about any of that. Robin told us to stay put and leave the invaders alone. That's all I need to know. We've lost most of our link, anyway. We can't fight anymore. Even if you lost your link, you can get it back, just like I. Are you not listening? Robin told us to stay put. She knows better than any of us. You think you know her just because you were close during training? You weren't there when things started to go south. She had to become tougher, for all our sakes. It was our rock. We all relied on her. And now, after all that, we just roll up and start questioning her actions? How do you think she feels about that? You're right. You're not the same person I met in training. Yeah, she was tough as a rock, and she was cold as ice. But she was fair, generous, and kind. That anger wasn't there before. I need to know the reasons behind her actions. I can't just trust her blindly. Well, I can. Irene, what happened to her eyes? I don't need to change any of that. No, actually, that's... Completing the mission was actually the easy part. Then Robin attacked me, and I ended up outside the city. I also met Irene. I was happy to see her, but she's changed as well. I've met 3 of the 4 Night Witches. One of them's dead, and the other 2 aren't exactly on good terms with me. I feel so bad about this. I guess things would have been different if I'd been with them in the war. I'm sort of ashamed that I didn't check on them all these years. What was I thinking? Anyway, I don't have time to feel sorry for myself right now. I should report to the castle. The door is locked and Iron's not answering. I should leave her alone. This must be below the lake. Ah, I know where this is. It's one of the areas we didn't or couldn't see past. We only need to get out. Grab this while we're at it. Should need to get extra health. The only possible person in here, or who could be in here, is Robin. But she's not here. I'm assuming that I don't exist anymore. Oh. Rain. Hey, we were... Rain. I was so worried. They said the water cycle was restored, but you weren't coming back. We didn't know what happened. Well, I had an unexpected encounter. I guess I should report that first? Do you have to go right away? Yes, it's the protocol. We can't discuss mission details in public spaces. And that's what happened. So Robin is doing something on her own, not reporting back to us. And you say she attacked you? Well, yes, we fought. I was pulled away from the fight, fortunately. Would you say that Robin was in cahoots with the invaders? I don't think so. She's ignoring them, waiting until her link gets stronger, but she's crazy strong already. She also told the other night witches to stay put, but I don't know why. This is all very strange. But we're talking about the angel. Let's give her a little bit longer before we make any hasty decisions. She might have a secret plan to stop the invaders. Okay. I'll leave you with the conference, then. Gaia thanks you for your service, Rain. You're proving to be an excellent night witch. Okay, let's see. You remember what we talked about, right? Have to tell the people what they want to hear, not the truth. Yeah, I remember. Truth be told, all that stuff about Robin, Irene, the monsters outside the city, it's all bad. Also, in this case, your discoveries, though interesting, are not really related to your mission or the invasion per se. I don't think that's totally true. Trust me on this one. Let's do this. Instead of telling a lot of lies, I suggest that we make a wholesome, feel-good piece about your personal background. People need to know a little bit more about their new hero. I'll ask you about your favorite food, favorite color, if you have any pets during your childhood, that sort of stuff. I don't think I'm entirely comfortable with this. I know what I'm doing. You'll see. Your link will skyrocket. Remember, you need that link, especially if Robin decides to fight you again. Yeah, but let's go. We start in 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, everybody. We're here with Rain once more. This time with a different kind of interview. Hello. Her last mission was another rousing success, so let's spend some time getting to know our hero a little bit better. Hope you're up for it. Like every night witch, you love nature. Do you have any kids? Did you have any kids? Pets? Blech. Did you have any pets? Do you have any pets as a kid? Is this for real? Robin's gone road and they want to talk about pets. Telling the truth won't do me any good, that's for sure, but this is a serious situation. People should have access to information. That was going with an honest report on all the things. We'll talk about my encounter with Robin. I'm sorry, Anne, but I don't think this is what we should be really talking about. The mission was a success, but something major happened and people need to know about it. As you know, we haven't had any news from Robin in a while, but I found her in Mirror Lake. She fought me, and I barely managed to escape by the skin of my teeth. Her goals are currently unknown, but I don't think she's with the invaders at all. I'm just as confused and concerned as everybody else. Well, thanks for sharing that with us, Rain. I bet it was a difficult experience for you. Still, I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. Perhaps it was a ruse from the enemy. Let's move on to the next question. Tell us a little bit about why you joined the Children of Gaia, and how you became a night witch. This one makes a little bit more sense, I think. I feel weird about talking about myself, but they really want to know. On the other hand, maybe I could redirect the question and talk about the night witches as a group. They've been losing their link for years. Maybe this would help them regain some. Talk about the night witches and quest their weakened state. Or talk about myself and give them an anecdote. I'm going for the lesser one, so. Like my sisters, I wanted to become a night witch for one reason, saving the world. With that goal in mind, they went through many hardships and ordeals. But now, after so many years of peace, their link has grown weaker than ever. But remember that. Today, they all need your link, not just me. That was really noble, Rain. Everybody, remember to thank the night witches every day for watching over us. We need to send our support. I'm going to let you go soon, Rain, but I have one final question about your life here, in our beloved city of Dungeonitis. You found more than a home? Here you found more than a home. You found love. Tell us about your husband, Akai. He's a handsome infernal. And did you meet each other? What? It's embarrassing. I don't think she'll be talking about Akai without his permission. Isn't it better to warn people about the monsters surrounding the city instead? I'll talk about the monsters surrounding the city. Advise caution. Come on in. You know I won't talk about that. But now they mention our city, I think it's important that I disclose something I found on my last mission. I expelled outside the city for a while, and I saw what lies in the tunnels. They are crowded with unnatural monstrosities that have hex oil instead of blood. As terrifying as it sounds, it seems like they've been there for a while. They're not an immediate threat, but I'd strongly advise against trying to hide outside the city limits. It's better to be caged by golems than to venture into those caves. Well, Rain, thank you for your time once again. We'll let you get back to your missions. After all, we're counting on you to keep us safe. Sure. Thanks, Anne. No. Look at the ratings. People don't want to hear this kind of stuff. Look at how little link you've gained. The other night witches were more compliant than you, Rain. If you want to be like them, you need to start thinking like a public figure. Intimacy is a luxury that you can't afford. We need link to save lives. This is outrageous. I'm not some sort of jester. I'm risking my neck doing important things. Things that matter. If I have time to talk about my personal life to become popular, then I don't deserve popularity in the first place. I'm here to help people. I won't let him turn this into something else. I did the right thing. New mission. This time I have good news and bad news. Okay, good news first. The good news is there's only one more sabotage to fix. As soon as you restore the machine in forge fields, the brain will be back at full capacity. Oh, right. Then we can see the end of all this. At last. And the bad news? Well, it looks like Graf, the swordsman that you saw earlier, is turning the infernal population against us. As you know, most infernals fought under the Daigadai banner. Yeah, I know. Not all of them, though. No, not all. Unfortunately, we don't know how the Infernals would react to what Graf just did. He's made a public announcement declaring the Sagarith an infernal ritual duel. If Graf wins the duel, we might have a civil war on our hands. Infernals value strength above everything. Oh no, so he challenged me? No. He hasn't mentioned you at all. Phew. He wants to fight against Akai the traitor. Okay. For a moment I thought, what? What? I deduce that you don't know who your husband used to be. He used to be a Daigadai general, the personal bodyguard of Emperor Erebus. This can't be true. There's another thing. Akai left through the portal as soon as he heard about the challenge. He's in the forge right now. What? How could you let him go alone? I couldn't do much to stop him. Really, I think you should hurry up. Of course, I'm going to hurry up. I'm leaving right now. Let's read in some. Thumbs up. Looks like people are feeling great. I don't need to worry about them. Good. Bullet damage, full damage. Bullet damage. Rate of fire. Yes. You're turning into a real celebrity, but I can tell you're an honest person. You speak your mind. I'm glad to hear that. It's tough, telling the truth when no one wants to hear it. You know what? I'm going to share a little secret with you. The skeletons. They're all my friends when they were alive. We were all necromancers working for our Gadai. One day we made a pact. When we died, our skeletons would serve the other pact members, the ones still alive. Common pact in necromancy circles. Your friend's skeletons help you out when you get old. I can manage pretty well myself, though. I don't need any help. That's why I made them bakers. They'd go wherever they wanted, be loved by the citizens, see the smiles on people's faces. That story is beautiful and super creepy. Please don't make my skeleton work after I die. Ooh, fishy. A megalon. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I apologize if I caused an odd first impression. It's difficult to communicate underwater, as you can imagine. Even for fish people, not unlike myself. Ah, you have a really smooth voice. Thanks. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. That's how I laugh. Have anything? Monsters in the tunnels? You know I'm the last human, right? I can't be eaten by a monster. I'm never going to leave the castle. Once all this is over, I'll have to throw me out. They probably will. Ah, here's Lalashi. Hey, Rain. Your job here at the castle as the Royal Engineer, and it's all thanks to you. The Venerable was really impressed by the things you said about me after our mission at the Giga Tree. That's great, Lalashi. Fantastic news. We could really use your help. Leave it to me. With your strength and my brains, soon Dungeonitis will be the greatest nation in history. I have tons of ideas to make use of these shards you keep picking up. Like, did you know you can use them to infuse arcane beacons and make them stronger? Try it out. Beacon infusion. Front armor. Ooh. You ventured outside Dungeonitis? Did you find anything interesting there? Well, monsters. Yeah, I heard. Nothing else of note? Nothing weird? No, I don't think so. Why? Well, it's uncharted territory. No one's ever been there. It's fascinating. It didn't look fascinating when I was there. Suppose I can copy a few cards. I can clear any card. Well, not those memento ones. Right. Let's see. Boomerangs. Go under her. That one. That one. Lightning. You brought me so many cards. I'm so happy, but I want more. I'm learning so much. Can you feel my blessing getting stronger already? Bring me more cards and more shards. I can't wait. You drop more shards if they're defeated by spells. And multiplier? 3. Hello. Another NPC down here. You fought Robin? That's wrong. I know. I don't understand what happened. You were good friends, right? Please, forgive her. Hug it out. Be friends again. Nothing is sadder than losing a friend. There's no time for forgiveness. Reach out to her. Or you'll regret it when you're old. Yeah, you can grab a couple cards from down here too. Shotgun, yeah. Why not? Harry, defends the shockwave sent on the castle that deflects enemy bullets back where they came from. Bang for your buck. All shards on the screen explode. And I'm out of Yubi coins. Oh. Let me head over here and see what we can explore around and collect. Try to save that other knight. Guard. Free this guy, the stump. You're back! I saw you flying around some time ago, but you couldn't get past that damn trench. You came back. Thanks for remembering about me. Another saved. Yes. Upgrade beacon. Let's see what we can do about changing the spell card deck. I wanted to get Boomerang. Boomerang's good. Good. I think there's much in this room. Ah, there's a path upwards. Of course. I don't have that device. Just double check again. Yep. That's another reason to come back later. You need to go through that path to get up there. Go through another path that's up this way. And okay. Wise spirit. A crow spirit follows the witch for a while. You cast a seeking sword every time the witch uses any spell cards. Ooh, neat. Nothing. Path we can't go through yet. Free armor. See, what paths have we not been through yet? Path in here, apparently. Interesting. Yay. It's a picture of rain left here. She looks kind of angry, to be honest. Just quickly open the door over this way. Just to make sure it's open. Ah. How did you get here? Find the hidden old ship wreckage. 3 bullets at once. 3 bullets is always better than 1. Greasy, hello. Hope you like the greater number of fish you can throw now. In one go. How's your day? Eesh. How's your day? How is your day there, Greasy? It's going. Progressing. It is a day. Go on drinking. It's not like asleep. Yeah. Homie parties are a bit like that. That's the reason why I don't drink them during those parties. Is because it cause problems on Mondays if I did. See, Magic the Gathering draft tournament was from a week ago. I'm sure they're rather entertaining. Oh. Speaking of lack of sleep. Oh. Giant projectiles. No. Yeah. Starter area. Surely I can't be dying in the starter area. Is it bedtime, is it? Okay. Nighty night, Greasy. You take care. And that's the shards. Oh dear. Nighty night. Take care. This place where I get the extra health or mana. Okay. Oh, house. Cards. There's a notebook page hidden here, attached to a lock. I can't pull it off without tearing it. The Turbo Wizards and the Gaia Defenders were absolute failures. People to take them seriously. The superhero approach is clearly missing something. The only team in training that seems to be doing well is Night Witches. I knew it, of course. That's why we have market studies. We have to make sure we stick to the Night Witch concept there. Once you give them Gaia's tears, there's no going back. Lore page. Mushroom. Right, this is a room that I didn't go in. For whatever reason. Ambush? No, just locked door. Place that actually needs a key. I'm curious. Ooh. Hidden corner. Hidden path. Baconator!
Baconator 6 rated with 3 viewers.
To our continued survival.
And Sketchy
Yeah,
has
right.
followed. Hi Baconator, welcome. Thought you might have been going for a little bit longer, but welcome. Sketchy guy, welcome to the aquarium. I'm here doing some of this game called the Night Witch. I can give a summary if you'd like. The story so far. Dan said you needed to sleep more, so you ended early. We all need to sleep more. So, this is the Night Witch. There's actually 5, so we're playing as the 5th. The story starts a little over 14 years ago, where there is an empire called the Diagadai, and they are performing technological advances. However, they were causing a lot of damage to the planet, and so some rebels formed up. The rebels fought, but were no match for the Diagadai's mechanical superiority. But then, eventually, when all things seemed lost, the 4 Night Witches appear, powered by the link that connects all people to the Night Witches. The more people believe in the Night Witches, the stronger they become. And as time goes on, they become so powerful and strong that they can overcome the Emperor of the Diagadai. However, during this ultimate battle, the Emperor decides that he will not be able to win against them, and so he wants to take everyone out with him. He starts charging up a lot of energy in his mech when everyone sends their energy to the leader of the Night Witches, Robin, who delivers one final attack. Things clear up after the fight, and a new dungeon or cave is found beneath the final battle. It's this area called the Dungeonitis. The story continues 14 years on the day of a new public holiday being celebrated as Robin's Day. Robin being the leader of the Night Witches from 14 years ago. However, when the events for the party are starting, a new enemy appears. They are very similar to the Dai, and Rain, this Night Witch here, is separated from absolutely everyone. They're off in a training room shooting at some dummy targets. We find that the new enemies are actually the Empress of the Dai, which is the heir to the throne of the Dai. You defeated her father 14, or the Night Witches defeated her father 14 years ago, and she's back to rain vengeance. So we do what we can to regroup with everyone else at the castle, and we made it there. Now we're unraveling the events. We've encountered 3 of the other Night Witches, Robin, Irene, and unfortunately I forget the other name, but if we go into this, we can go to the link, and we have Baruru. The castle has a big mech, apparently, that has several parts of it sabotaged by someone. We've gone to at least 2 of the locations to fix and repair the issues. The first one was the Giga Tree, where we met Faruru and another mechanic, I suppose. And the second place was the, what was it called? The Mirror Lake. While there, we met Robin, and she had some sort of ulterior motive. So, not sure where I'm intending to go, but there's a path up this way. This gameplay is a little bit like a Metroidvania. I still need to get that upgrade. Okay. Mixed with a twin stick shooter. Around this way. Pretty neat. It's pretty neat. As you fight things, you use cards. Cards are spell cards that change either your main firing weapon or cast things like a defensive shockwave. Ooh, dog. You want to use this? Pistoler's dog tag. Hey, I guess you must be Pistoler. Hey, Pistoler, who's a good guard? You are. Want to come with me? Bark. Bark, 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 bark. Uh-oh.
Captain.
Hi, Captain. That's it. I like these types of games. That's good. It's nice. Excellent. Bit of fun. Oop, that one's got shielding. Missiles. These missiles. Goodness. Didn't have any good spells in that fight there. I had the boomerang. Was close enough with try again. The boomerang would have helped out a lot. Or even minigun. Okay, here we go. There we go. Oh no. Whoa. What is causing that? That must be that enemy there. Oh, this one down here. Ooh. Last one. Last enemy. Finally. Whew. That was a tough fight. Alright, you're gonna come with us? Please. Please don't throw a tantrum again. Will you behave? Good boy. Come on, let's go. Yip yip. Looks a bit scared. I should take him back to the those guards at the castle. Shouldn't be too much more to explore in this area. At least that fight gave a lot of shards. This is one of the first areas you start the game in, actually. How far am I? Probably about halfway through. I'd say. I think the game should also tell percentage. No, it might just be at the main menu. When I started today's stream about an hour and a half ago, it was about 42%. There are a couple of rooms above. Nah, we won't worry about it. We need to come back here anyway. About a little over half, yeah. That's my best guesstimate. more shards for use spells. Enough shards to upgrade this one as well. I'm seeing as I upgrade these, there be another option to purify. Also, this room. Ah, yes. And through here, there wasn't anything except for a door I couldn't get through. Giant door. The shield protecting the fridge is still working. The shield that mega worms will feast on all our food reserves. Comfy. Actually, let's see what we can change. It wasn't much. I think it's worth using the crow at the moment. Just trying to get through here. Could be trying to collect more shards. They'll come naturally. Is that you going to bed there, Baconator? Right. Forge fields. No, yes. The other thing about this fifth Night Witch was that she wasn't powerful enough to join the fight 14 years ago. She only got a flying ability to fly sometime in the last 14 years. Expecting there to be something about corruption. Purifying? Mystery. Okay. Interesting statue in the background there. Sort of forge heart, I guess. The machinery. quickly recover that armor. Swarm of enemies. Ooh. Okay. Not too bad of a fight. Radiant Sun. This oddly shaped stone is always warm to the touch. During the last war, these stones appeared amongst the battlefield's ashes after a Night Witch's flawless victory. This moon-shaped chunk of ice is perpetually frozen. Also, these jewels appeared in battlefields after Night Witch's swift, crushing victory. Ooh, hello. Are they gone? Finally. Hey, hello. Oh, wow. Wow, another Night Witch. Here in the forge? I'm not with Graf, I swear. I was just hiding in this old piece of junk. It doesn't even work. Hey, it's okay. There's no need to be afraid. Well, you know, I am an infernal. I don't exactly feel safe around Night Witches, like others do. I want to make it crystal clear. The infernals are not rebelling. Graf is all on his own. Why are you so afraid of the Night Witches? You don't know? Most infernals served in the Diagadai army. During the war, we feared the Night Witches. They took so many lives. But I always thought the Diagadai army was formed by golems. There were some golems, yeah, but also hundreds of infernal soldiers. But it's okay. No one talks about that part of the history. It's too dark. I didn't really want to bring it up. I can't believe it. I'm so sorry. Why? You weren't even there. It's not your fault. Seriously, don't worry. No one wants to reopen old wounds. Also, things aren't as bad as they were back then. There's one Night Witch, Sakura, that's been really nice to us. Sakura? Is she here? Yeah, she lives here. She's always helped us with anything she can. Some folks still see us as the enemy, but thanks to Sakura, we feel completely welcome in Dungeonitis. That totally sounds like her. Anyway, can I help you somehow? Yes. Have you seen an infernal named Akai? The deserter. He's the general that Graf wants to slay, right? I don't know where he is, but I do know how to find Graf. There are 3 propaganda golems calling us to arms. They're also inhibiting the machine. Get rid of the golems. That'll get the machine running again. Then Graf will definitely show himself. You need to stop him. He's trying to bring the war back. We can't let him do it. I'm on it, don't worry. Thanks. Oh, and by the way, my name's Bloodbath. Nice to meet you. Thanks, Bloodbath. Cool name. Bye. That is a name. That's a neat. Blocking some of the light. And there's that doorway again. Okay. The door? Far right. I don't think I could get there, could I? Ah. This goes up further. Ooh. Eeh. Oh, there's another underbaker. Another random room. Definitely have that feeling like a Metroidvania. Oof. Also trying to keep track of my deaths. Just to count them. Right. Let's see. Flash. Ooh, nasty. Take a breath and think. I'll have to take down Graf in order to save Akai. Apparently, he is somewhere in the forge fields, but he won't be easy to find. That infernal bloodbath said that Graf would appear if I destroyed 3 propaganda golems in the area. I guess it's worth a shot. Oh, hey. That doesn't look good. There's one of the Night Witches up there. That could be Sakura. I believe it's Sakura. Yep, yep. Two things here. Two abilities that I need. Thankfully, there's also an ability to auto-attack enemies, which can free up just focusing on moving, which is one of the things I probably try to focus on. Strong enemies for sure. Reminds me of Donkey Kong Country 3, I think it was. Whether you got the enemy that shoots you from the background. Sacra, it's me, Rain. Are you hurt? Rain? Rain, is that you? I haven't seen you since training. What? Oh, ouch, 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 ouch. Is it bad? What happened? No, no. I have a few wounds, but nothing serious. Don't worry. Who did this? It was that swordsman, Gruff. Robin told me not to fight, but he's putting every infernal at risk. He had to be stopped. I tried to fight him, but he's a monster, Rain. I had to retreat. I managed to escape, but I just ended up here, surrounded by golems and snipers, hunting me down. Gruff. It's okay. I'm here now. I'm finally able to help. Look at you. I knew you'd fly with us someday. Unfortunately, this is my time to sit on the bench. Can't fight anymore. I should have listened to Robin and just stayed put. She's always right. Don't push yourself, Sacra. Let me check your wounds. I told you, I'm fine. All right, I guess you haven't changed at all. You care so much about everyone around you. That kindness is the greatest type of strength. Now you're a real night witch. You can achieve great things. Maybe it's time for us, the old watch, to simply fade away. We did our part, but we're done. Hey, what are you saying? Come on. You never gave up on anything. You're Sacra. You're invincible. You know, most Infernals hate night witches because of the war. Can't say I blame them. I wish we never had to take a life. That's why I decided to live here, near the Infernals, to help them however I could. I wanted to atone for my act. With time, I think that some of them started to like me. That's why I fought. Deep down, I knew I couldn't beat Graf. But I just wanted to look cool in front of them. But I'm so weak, I guess I couldn't do anything. You did everything, Sacra. The Infernals are upset about the past, but their hate towards the Night Witches is long gone. All the time you've been living here with them, it's changed their hearts. If it wasn't for that, maybe we would have had a civil war today. You saved many lives today, not with your sword, but your kindness. Kindness is the greatest sign of strength, right? You're still as strong as the day I met you. Sniff, sniff. I want you to have something. Take my rune edge. I can't build it right now. It's yours, but I want you to do something for me in return. That guy Graf, kick his ass. As hard as you can. Just don't kill him. We should never return to those old times. Consider it done. You won't get away with this. But in return, I want you to focus on your healing. That's the deal. I kick his ass, but you go to Iron's house in Mirror Lake and stay there where it's safe. Okay? Deal. Pinky promise? Ha! A pinky promise. Thanks, Rain. Ooh, that's a lot of link. Thanks, Rain, for everything. Press R2 to swing rune edge. The sword is so heavy it can be used to press certain mechanisms. Neat. Critical bullet chats. Ooh. Alright, we can finally get through those doors. Pretty sure there's something in this area. That. Bomb views. All right. I don't think I can get through that other door. I still need another ability. It's going to be Graf. Yeah. Propaganda golem. Here we go. Okay. Block attacks. Nice. Good. All right. One propaganda dome down. 2 to go. Guards. Quickly rest. Hey, thanks for visiting the best underbaker store in Dungeonitis. Why is it the best? Because it's super hot here. Warmth is great for baking and for blacksmithing. So please, ignore the extremely tense situation around us and get a nice tasty muffin. I think we really need to. No propaganda golem? Okay. Eee. Huh. Neat. Flashbang, a rapid shockwave that stuns nearby enemies. Right. Okay, we need the bomb fuse to get up there. Get out of that area. So no progress. Perhaps down here. Right. Oop. That was silly. This should be open now if I come back. Oh no. Oh no. This is going to be a challenge getting through that. Down. Wait. Oh, I'm all the way over here. I need to travel back. We use that upgrade, actually. We'll rest over at this bonfire. And try again. Did you say anything when I met it? Hey, did you destroy the 3 propaganda golems? I'm still on it. Don't mind the constant swarm of enemies, but this one down here is going to be a problem. Can't take it out. It's going to constantly spam these shockwave attacks from a distance. Oh. Eesh. That's 2 deaths. Remember that. Should have focused on the enemy spawner. Right. Okay. It's done. Try to avoid the attacks. And There we go. 2 down. 1 to go. Hmm. Could have been a lot easier than it was. Okay, now how do I get out of there? Oh, okay, there's a door that opens up. On the right side. There we are. Would assume on the right hand side here. Thank you, thank you. Okay, exit path. But whoops. That should have dodged. There we go. Go on, my gook. I've been stuck in this cage forever. It was driving me insane. Luckily, I had this book with me. I was afraid I might have to eat it. I had to stay here any longer. Thanks for busting me out. Okay, that was just... Oh, no, there's a door right here. No, let's check up here first. Ooh. What do we have over this way? Oh, it's one of these. As long as I dodge before or during the flash, I'm safe. Oh, okay, this is where the propaganda golem is. Actually not a terrible fight. Ah! Very close then. Just an ambush. Oof. Bullet hell, anybody? Oh, hello. That's a new enemy. Oh, 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 oh. Ooh. It's nasty. Ooh, this is nice. Ooh, a health upgrade. I wonder what's off to the left here then. Nope. Armor upgrade. The Underbakers. Very nice. The Armor Magazine for blacksmith connoisseurs. Click these magazines to learn new armor recipes for the Underbakers. Yeah. Ah, need another bomb fuse. I wonder. Back to the propaganda golem. Let's get this one done. Should be fairly easy. Should be. Keyword. There we go. Done. Last propaganda golem. It seems that some rat is resisting the new order and is lashing out against our golems. Is it you, Akai? Did you finally answer my challenge? I bested all the night witches, including your wife. Only you, Akai, are standing in our way. You are the last stain on our history. Stop hiding in the shadows like the traitor you are. Fight me in sacred Segarith. Come to the Colosseum and atone for your crimes like a real infernal. Rejoice, my brothers and sisters, for today we will reclaim our pride. All hail Calypso! All hail the house of Diagadai! This guy is too intense, but he took the bait. I know where he is. Hope I'm ready for this battle, because he's really, really asking for a beating. Hey, it's a statue of Sakura. Hello? A notebook page hidden here. Attached to a lock. I can't pull it off without tearing it. Sakura. Previous occupation, firefighter. She and Robin are the only ones with real experience in life-threatening scenarios. She's also the only one that scores really high in body type on our diversity chart. Not too high on ability, though. She needs something that only she can do. Make a cool weapon for her. That should be enough. Also compliment her sturdy looks. She won't stand out as much as Robin or Irene, but she'll do fine. More of these I haven't seen. Hidden around. Can I add? Not really anything to really get. Well, you did it. Did you hear the announcement? Graduating at the Colosseum. That's in the upper chambers. Good luck, Rain. Just, please, use only the necessary amount of force. A night witch killing an infernal could bring back really bad memories. And of course, don't worry, Bloodbath. I can't promise not to kick his ass super hard, though. That's fair enough. Interesting. A smaller room than I expected. Don't really need to fight this one off, but why not? There you are, you big, dumb, reckless, handsome devil. I'm so worried. I know this new dynamic of flying around, looking for you and hoping you're not dead. Rain, I am so sorry. I really am. You'd better be. You have a lot of explaining to do, but we need to deal with this craft situation first. Okay, tell me, real fast. What exactly is this Serarith thing? It's Segarith, and it's super serious. That's why I stormed out of the castle. I have to fight him, Rain. If there's a 1 in a million chance I'll win. What's Infernals, refusing a fight is the same as losing. Segarith, technically, it counts as being dead. That's why he's claiming he bested every Night Witch. Apparently you were all defeated or refused to fight him in one way or another. Okay, so it'd be like you're dead. Who cares? That's then better than being dead, right? So why did you come here to fight him? Might be the only way to prevent any bloodshed. The Infernals don't know where they stand right now. Some of them have always felt that children of Gaia shouldn't be ruling Dungeonitis. We never chose them as rulers. They are there because of the Night Witch's support. If Graf defeats every Night Witch, then he defeats me, the hateful traitor general that deserted as soon as the war started. He basically becomes a hero. He would have righted every wrong in recent Infernal history. If that happens, then maybe some of the Infernals might decide to start following him. Exactly. I can fight golems all day long, but things would be different if I had to shoot living breathing Infernals. I can't do that. The Night Witches could. They did plenty of it. Yeah, I know. I'm learning a lot of the history lately. Okay, so we have to answer the Segarith. There's no way you can win against him. He's like a mutant super soldier. Is there a way to transfer the challenge to someone else? Well, the challenge can be transferred to a stronger family member. That's what our ancestors used to do, if necessary. Bam. Then there you go. I'll fight him. I'm your wife. We're family. I can't let you do that, Rain. I can never forgive myself if you... I know, dummy. How do you think I'd feel if he slices you up? But I'm super strong now. He won't kill me. And I promised a friend that I'd kick that guy's ass, so I'm technically obliged by another ceremonial rite. A pinky promise? Indeed. Right now, you just remind me why I fell in love with you in the first place. Okay, remember to tell me that story later. Also, I'd like to know more about your role before you desert it, because it sounds insane. I'll tell you about both when you come back from the duel. Pinky promise. Pinky promise. I have to go. I know. I love you. Come on. We'll see each other in a bit. Don't worry about me. Go. I'll be waiting for you. Ching. Alright, another big fight now. You? What are you doing here? I spared your life once. I won't do it again. I'm a Night Witch, Graf, and you're a criminal. I have to stop you. But also come here as a Kai's wife, to honor the sacred Serarith. Fight me. Ha 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 ha. What's so funny? For starters, you didn't even get the name right. But also, I find Akai's weakness amusing. He deserted when the war started. He married a Night Witch wannabe, and now he cowers behind her? Hey, easy. It makes sense if you think about it. You're made from one another. A failure of a general and a failure of a Night Witch. You both are huge disappointments. You're trying to defeat me by hurting my feelings. I thought you were a warrior. I accept your challenge, but hear this. After I slay you and restore my people's pride, we'll be coming for Akai. You won't escape his punishment. You know, the first time we met, I was terrified of you. I've been crossing my fingers, hoping I wouldn't bump into you on any of my missions. But I'm not that girl anymore. I'm here to beat you to a pulp, Graf. Let's kill each other in glorious Segarith. Gonna need a lot of dodging. Okay. Whoa, misses. Should have been able to dodge them. Gee. Your cyber arm is broken, Graf. You're in pain. Surrender now. We don't need to go on. I don't need this arm to take you down. Ah! Oop. Oh. New attacks. Oh my. Hyper mode. Ripped his arm off, throws it at you. This way. His arm off. That's metal as fuck. Just quickly grab. Oh, hello. There's a triple basic armor. A masterpiece. It'll break after 3 impacts. It's bonkers. It's crazy. It's mental. It's metal. Missiles. First thing. Easy to deal with. Oh, okay. That's what it is. Oh, hello. Yeah. That. Then I'm on hit again. Ah, it's that ram. That. Bunch of dumb hits I should have been able to avoid. Try again. These ones. Another one of these up here. Dodge through it. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, so far, only the armor broken. That's good. Yeah. All right. Tracking back and forth. We got him. What? Why? What is this? What is happening? I trained so much. I went through so much pain. How did you get so strong in such a short time? It's a link graph. You're fighting every citizen in Dungeonitis. They don't want to surrender to you. You have to let it go. It's over. You're just a kid. An infant. A joke. Everything you have was handed to you. You never earned your strength. No, this is not over. Not while I still breathe. But to protect everybody without getting your hands dirty? You're a fool. You don't know how the world works. I'm not going to kill you. You've already been defeated. I don't accept defeat. If you don't kill me, you'll lose this Sagarith. You're not making any sense. Why would you do it already? I refuse to live with the shame. Wrath, don't die here. I need you. You swore to protect me. Please return to me. Your Highness. Oh wow, I guess we were both fighting for someone, huh? Wait a minute. Is this finally over? The machine is restored and the enemy's strongest warrior has been defeated? The worst must be over already. We're winning this. I'm winning this. I can't believe how strong I've become. Okay, let's get back to the castle. The memory. What do we get from this? Memento Graph. Ethereal Sword. Replicate Graph Sword by throwing... Graph Sword throwing technique. The caster is surrounded by a spinning sword that deals damage over time to enemies. Oh yeah, that's cool. But we never saw that attack. That's cool. Oh. Wondering what's going to happen for this to open up. Surface? Can't expose myself to the broken sky. It's deadly. Alright. Interesting that they show that off. I suppose that's meant to be a, oh hey, this is here, come back later. It's like a true Twitch frog. So, what? What do you mean by like a true Twitch frog? Ledge. I mean, like, not exposing yourself to the sky? You did it. The machine is working at 100% capacity. And you thought of the rebellion in the forge. Congratulations. You saved the day. I did, yeah. Is Akai here? Safe and sound. You can talk to him after the report. Shall we? Let's go. So that's what happened. I see. Well, I'm glad to hear that the machine has been restored. The siege is practically over. But why didn't you kill Graf when you had the chance? You know how dangerous he is. He was beaten and literally disarmed. I thought, you let your emotions decide. That's something a Night Witch cannot afford to do. Gaia tells us that being kind is a virtue, but in war, kindness is a weakness. You carry everyone's strength. You can't do what you please with it. Anything he does from now on will be your fault. Well, I've never seen him like that. Don't hold it against him. He's under a lot of stress. But now that things are looking better, he'll start to relax. Try not to worry too much. Let's start the report. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Rain, the 5th Night Witch, returning after another successful mission. You defeated a strong enemy today, the Night Witch Slayer. Tell us, why did he hate Night Witches so much? Well, thousands of Infernals lost their lives to the Night Witches during the war, but nobody talks about that. Preserving the Night Witch's image would make things stronger, but the Infernal community deserves an apology if we really want to leave the war behind. Acknowledge the infernal deaths and apologize, or ridicule Graf and oversell the Night Witch's might. I'm doing the lesson number. The Night Witches were soldiers, N. They were heroes to some of us, but they also took many lives, especially from the infernal community. It was war, but that doesn't make it any less of a tragedy. Graf cared deeply about the infernal's pride. I can understand his feelings, but I can't approve his violent act. That's why I fought him today. That's why I spared his life. We swore to live in peace. I believe every life is precious, and I will never spill a single drop of blood. Peace must be preserved, and that's why the past must not be buried and ignored. So today, as a Night Witch, I want to say, please forgive us. Thanks, Rain. of course, from the government of Dungeonitis, we also send our thoughts and prayers to the infernal community. So, next question. Some people claim they saw Sakura fighting against Graf earlier. What can you tell us about her? Sakura was weakened after all these years of peace and was overpowered by Graf. But Hen always wants me to preserve the aura of the invincibility surrounding the Night Witches. Maybe I should just say that she's fine? Meanwhile, that Sakura was weakened and defeated. Lie and tell that Sakura is fine. I'm afraid that Sakura was defeated by Graf. After several years of peace, she'd grown weaker, and was no match for him. She survived, and she is safe, but she won't be able to continue the fight against the invaders. Finally, I want to ask you something about Robin. When the invasion started, Robin and Graf clashed, but she couldn't defeat him. It was you who did it. You did something that seemed impossible even for the angel. You were to fix the machine. Meanwhile, Robin hasn't achieved any major victories. May have been a late bloomer, but do you think you've surpassed the other Night Witches now, including Robin? Why is he asking something like that? Comparing myself to Robin? But I think I know what he's doing. If I have to fight Robin again, I'll need all the link I can get. Carefully avoid talking about Robin. I'll let him know that I'm the strongest. I'm not going to compare myself to Robin, but the results speak for themselves. She didn't complete any missions today. I'm sure there's an explanation for that. Eh? What is that? What's going on? Eh? What's wrong? Well, I was trying to explain it to Mr. Venerable here, but I guess I'll start again. So when the golems arrived, they sabotaged the machine. We all know that. Rain fixed that. They were super careful. The systems were disabled. They could be easily restored. They didn't break anything. There's one part they didn't touch at all. The one in the Hall of the Giants, the fridge. It's pretty obvious that our enemy wanted to keep the city and its inhabitants for themselves. That's why they didn't do anything irreparable. Okay, I don't like where this is going. We call it the fridge, but it's basically a huge cloaking room that keeps megaworms away from our food stash. Disable that machine, even for a minute, and the megaworms will feast. Is that what they're doing? Yep. The brain is showing that the fridge has stopped working. This is terrible. We can't lose all that food. Brain, we need you to go there and fix the situation. I'm on my way. If Graf did this... No, it's on me. Lalashi? Yes, Ven? You can make any type of golems, right? What about really tiny ones? For surveillance? Oh, exciting! I have lots of them. Let me show you. Curious. Bullet damage. Let's bring good boy Pistola back too. Pistola, you found him. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks. Thanks? What's happening? Oh, of course. You already have our link, so we can't do it again. I know. Pistola, thank the Night Witch. She saved you after all. Bark. Good boy. Good boy, Pistola. Nice. Let's get some link back. Don't have enough shards on me to make a donation. I can't believe what I heard. You just blew the lid off some real government dirt. They were pretending like no infernals died in the war, and some people believed it. But you shattered their lies. That's really brave. I'm impressed. I don't care who they are. No one has a right to erase history. Not even if, by doing that, you could rid the world of a great menace? What? What do you mean? There was this evil necromancer a long time ago. He turned himself into a skeleton so he could live forever. Started hunting other necromancers. He wanted to make sure that no one could reverse his immortality. And now, he's somewhere no one will ever find him. I think about him some days. I felt bad, locking him away forever. But I had no choice. He would never have let us go. Necromancers really have their own world of problems. Don't beat yourself up. You try to protect your friends. He was basically an undead anyway. You did the right thing. I know. Forget it. It's just an old story. Another one level up. Rate of fire faster. Yes. I don't think I got enough of these. Oh, I did. Just barely enough. Electric orbs. Look at that one. I knew it. I knew you were the right one. You clearly have the achiever soul. You just can't do things halfway, can you? You leave no stone unturned. You won't stop until you find every secret out there. In the beginning, I just wanted to entertain you, to be honest. But now I'm invested in this. I'll try to help you. Let's find everything together. Your Lord Yuppie Bond, secret scanner. Impressed by your completionist nature, Yuppie Lord grants you the ability to sense the presence of secrets. Rooms with secret items now appear highlighted on the map. It's a list of things to collect. 8 people to save, I think. What would that be? Not sure what that top one is. Perhaps 125 more Yuppie coins? Ah. Oh my god. Can't believe what I just heard. I haven't talked about the infernal casualties in the war. Obviously, we infernals knew about it, but we did talk about it. But always in secrecy, when no one was listening. We didn't want to seem rebellious. Thanks to you, we can talk about it publicly now. We can share our pain without shame. I might write a book about this. That's great. I'll be the first to read it. Where did Akai go? Spycra was defeated, but they told us the Night Witches were invincible. None of my songs are about that. Why do they lie to us so much? There's Stump. I heard you going to the fridge. Please, 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 don't harm the megaworms. If they ate the mushrooms, it's not their fault. They are ancient, beautiful creatures. I'm not going to do anything to them. I'm trying to fix the fridge, that's all. I'm glad to hear that. Sorry, I doubted you, Rain. Raph escaped. Did you see where he went? No, I didn't. He vanished. Don't worry, I'll investigate that for you. When the attack started, they appeared out of nowhere, so their hideout has to be somewhere near. That's true. If I were them, I'd be hiding not too close, but not too far. Somewhere I can spy on my enemies without being detected. We'll find them soon enough. You'll see. There he is. To be honest, I didn't know much about the situation with the Infernals. I didn't dare go to the forge. I thought they'd all hate me. I'm a deserter, married to a night witch. That's why I didn't dare to talk about the past. The topic was taboo, not just for me, for everybody. And you changed that today. That's unbelievable. I was so shocked. I really thought the night witches only fought against golems. Most of us believe that. It's crazy, right? They said, let's live together and forget about our sides. And then they swept so much stuff under the rug. We need to talk about the past without restrictions. About that. I promised you an explanation. Before the war, I was Diagadai's #1 swordsman and personal bodyguard of Emperor Erebus. I heard. It's insane. Graf was my disciple. I taught him how to fight. We were really close. When I left, Erebus didn't get a replacement because I was born for that role. My family has always protected the Diagadai family. When I was born, I was taken to a training site by my own dad and raised as a bodyguard. My fate was already decided before I was even born. To me, deserting, right when the war started, it was a big deal. I asked Graf to come with me, but he didn't take it well. What? I didn't tell you this before because, I didn't want you to treat me differently. I've always been the strongest. I was able to defeat a trained soldier when I was 6. People feared me, revered me. Always had us to act strong, all the time, non-stop. I had to live up to their expectations. But you always treated me so kindly. You always tried to help me, even open jars for me. That's because you're so clumsy. I was bred to be a lethal bodyguard, but around you, I feel protected. You're stronger than me. You always watch over me. I never felt that before. With you, I feel safe. Every day. I didn't want that to change. I didn't want you to know about my past. That's not me. Okay, you dummy. Of course I won't treat you differently. I'm a million times stronger than you. Like a big fluffy baby to me. Like a weak, fluffy, soft, chunky, handsome teddy bear with horns. Come here. I'll protect you. Oh no. I'm already regretting this. Yeah. That's adorable. Back to there. Still need to get that extra ability. Then I can go back and get those other secrets. Oh, what are these monsters doing here? Something really wrong is happening. There's nothing else down here, I don't think. Interesting. Oh my. Oh, hello. Yeah, you can finally get here. Ooh, another upgrade. Upgrade. Already maxed out. Nice. And spell card deck. Ooh, hello, what's that? What's that spell card? strange. There's more to this room somehow. Oh, hello. Oh, no. Ah, okay. More of these Yuppie coins. Finally collect. That's what this room was. Oh, really? Discard this card. The next card you draw will have its mana cost set to 0 until you use it. Nice. That could be useful. There's nothing new here. Oh, hello. What did I miss in here? Mystery. How strange. How so very strange. Something else to come back for that room. No. No. Whoopsie. Oopsie doopsie. Hoorah. Yeah. Yeah. Surprise. Alright, I made it to this room. Two of the same card, we don't need two of the same card. Could be useful to have that one. Wait, that seems like a silly idea. It costs 3, but the next card is going to cost no mana. Why don't I just have something that costs 3 mana? If there's anything else that would be useful. No, I think it's all good. That'll do. Make our way to the fridge. Anybody hungry? Any eaters in chat? That room has some stuff. Something at least anyway. Something in here. Mystery. No idea. Calfee. Is that Akira? No, it's Milkshake. Hello, Milkshake. Aidu lika samamora Calfee. Lick. Aidu lika samamora Calfee. How's your day going there, Milkshake? Is this game any good? I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Been enjoying it so far. Dan, what do you think of this game so far, huh? Hey, health. I like it. I like this game. Metroidvania is pretty good to me. Yeah, twin stick shooter. There's plenty more in here. Oh, hello. It's a secret. Between these two walls. In there. Interesting. Something's going to happen and I'm going to get access into there. Up and in that room. Right? Something in here. Curious. We're going to expect something in that section down below. I wonder what is going to happen in this area. Also, I've gone way off path. Way off path. Way off path. Okay. Not as strong as I thought it was going to be. Some sort of corruption mechanic, I think. Possibly forewarned in the past. Becoming too strong, too powerful, crave power. Perhaps, maybe. Just maybe. And this is the room that we need the skill for. Right. Oops. Ooh, penguin. First one to see. I will get to that right after this fight. You now get to see. I prepared myself with more than one. Diesel has joined too. There you go. Hi, hi. How are you doing, Diesel? And Penguin? I think it's about time you got to see... I'm getting ready for Betty Boo. You got to see my two VRC avatars being used as VTubers. Having a good stream. Hope I'm having a good stream. Yes, I'm having a good stream. Lot of fun. Lot of fun. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Still need to do some more work on them, but we'll get to that eventually. If there's any part of the walls I can get into. Really. No. No hand movement just yet. I still need to work that out. How I want to be able to do that. I'm still hands-free. I would think the best bet is going to end up being the thing, the leap motion. Ooh, oh, the rich. Who did that go to? Oh wow, to Omega. Oh, poggers. I wonder if that's going to summon Omega here. Thank you, Diesel. Thank you. You beautifully handsome, wonderful, gorgeous person, you. That's a snipe if I ever saw one. Just realised koi fish. I'm slow. It's alright. Back at me. Good night, Diesel. Sleep well. Love you. My, this place is infested. Yeah. Oh no. Okay. Wonder if these spread the corrupted cards. They use a card before getting rid of them. Oh, why? Oh, or it's being hit by these that does it. Oh no. Alright. Oh well. Ouchie. Pain, pain, pain! We got mushrooms still here. Everything's on fire though. No. No, 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 no. I'm too late. The megaworms ate our stash, and the fridge has been destroyed. I can't fix this. Finally, you're here. I knew they'd send you if I wrecked this thing. Robin, what the hex have you done? This is your fault. I told you to stay put. You kept harvesting more and more link. Now that you think you can steal mine? I've seen your interviews. You crossed the line. I crossed the line? Me? You released monsters into the city. I just broke the fridge. They came on their own. You left everyone without food. I had no choice. I need them to be afraid. You tried to kill me earlier. That's because you are hoarding all the link. I told you to stop. You have more than enough. Dungeonitis is being attacked. We're supposed to be helping. If you want link, fight the invaders. That's what we all expected. That's the problem. Everyone expects me to win. They take it for granted. When the attack started, I barely gained any link. At first, I didn't know why, but then it hit me. I had to wait for things to get worse. The worse they get, the stronger we grow. I need people to be desperate, on edge, so they pray to me for salvation. But the day the sky broke, that day was glorious. That's why you told the other night witches to stay put. You wanted all the link for yourself. Yes, everything was going fine until you decided to become the Venerable's lapdog. Great timing, Rain. Now, give me your trust. Share your link with me and get lost. I couldn't trust you, even if I tried. Not after what you did. I would never cause suffering to innocents. Your loyalty lies with them, then. You know what that means. I do. Let the stronger Night Witch prevail. Oh boy. I still need to get rid of this corruption that I've got. Oof. Oof. Stop, Jibba. Am I? Way back at this entrance. Go back. Rest of the other one. We'll try to farm up some more of the shards. What a fight, though. So, the corrupt cards come from being hit by those particular enemies. These ones. Ah. Must be careful. Yeah, but oh, that was a rest point right here. Why did? Ah, I feel like such a fool. Alright. Ah. Yep. Might have to try to rush through here instead. Oh, wow, that's the mega worms in the background there. Ooh. They're freaky looking things. Oh. Okay. Ooh. I'm surprised I got through that without being hit. Ooh. Oh well, the upgrade to that. Wow. All right, that's oof. I'm trying to save my axe skill. For avoiding shots. Or destroying shots, at least, anyway.
I will cut you down.
She's getting angry. These are all boomerangs, but they didn't put that up. Oh, whoa. Oh, certainly getting close to the end of the fight. Oh, assuming that's not the not a single wave fight. We'll find out, won't we? Whew. Legendary Night with Robin.
I will
faster.
Feel my power.
Oh. Ah. I'm hurting you so much right now. Surrender. It's over. You're so blind, Rain. Think for yourself. Why do you trust the government? Do you think they trust you in return? Of course they do. You're a fool. You trust someone, you don't give them missions. You don't ask for reports. Come on. You can feel the link. Try to recall. Do you really have their trust? Hey. You don't. None of us ever did. They even have an anti-Night Witch plan. The Unchained Protocol. I don't know what that is. What it is. They can take our link away. That's why I... You released monsters into the city. I just broke the fridge. They came on their own. That's my voice. You left everyone without food. I had no choice. I need them to be afraid. What is this? I need people to be desperate, on edge, so they pray to me for salvation. That's the Unchained Protocol? Turning people against me? Shocking news, citizens. Robin has betrayed us. She destroyed our food supply in order to feed on our despair. This is pathetic. I'm their hero. Do you think they'd turn their backs on me? Hey, I don't know what's going on either. Thankfully, Rain, our savior, stopped her. She surpassed the strongest Night Witch. She's our new champion. No, there's no way. My link. You're stealing it. Ah! Linked gained. I don't have much breath left. The cycle of life is stopping. If you can hear me, that means you are the hero. They chose you. You must teach them how to live without stealing from the cycle. I can't breathe. I am so tired. You look different. Is your name still Robin? Ouch, my head. Was I dreaming? It felt so real. But no, wait. Where's Robin? What the heck's happened? I have to speak with the Venerable. Memento, Robin. Death spiral. Shoot an incredible barrage of bullets in all directions. This was the Angel's signature attack. That'd be helpful. Weapon durability? I'll do spell damage. Finally. Still rooms to explore. We'll come back. This room is cleared now? No, it's not. Now that I've done Robin, I can clear it out. I'm curious. There goes one of them. Two of them. I hit twice, did I? Didn't see the shots come from the ball thing. Reminds me of Diablo 2. Diablo 1? Diablo 2, I think it is, that main town, the Qatar Rift. Good riff, rather not rift. Riff. I defeated Robin, but I can't fix the fridge. Our food is gone. I feel really bad about what happened to Robin. This morning she was the greatest hero in history. Now she's a traitor and an enemy? I guess that doesn't matter who you are. One bad day is all it takes for everyone to turn their backs on you. Stop with these negative thoughts, but it's just so sad. I have to talk with the Venerable. I'm not cool with this. Wow, that's a lot of cards compared to the odd 20 or 50 I've been getting. I'm not fitting in with spells. Oh. There. No, nothing in here. Do I have? I don't think there's much in this room that's going to help me much. Okay. Gee. Scooch through this quickly. Somewhat quickly, I guess. No. Oh no. It's healthy down here. Health down here. Alright. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. Alright, let's get back to the castle. Finally. Expecting to have to go underground. Or to the surface, probably underground though. 3.5 hours. Rain, we've been waiting for you. Please, come with me to the conference room. And what the hex? What happened with Robin? How are you listening to us? Let's talk in the conference room. Come with me. I'm tired of all these secrets. I'm tired of all the politics. Okay, I'll go. Whatever. Hi, Rain. Where's the Venerable? I want to speak to him too. I'm sorry, Rain, but I'm afraid he's not available right now. Seriously? What else can he be doing? He wanted me to apologize for him not being here. Robin has been acting strange ever since the invasion began, so when she attacked you, we devised this plan to disarm her without hurting her. Sorry, Rain. I wanted to tell you about it, but Ven said the project was super confidential. I don't like this one bit. I want to speak with him. But you will, Rain. But before that, we have an urgent mission for you. The last one. Another one? I don't think I know how to fix the fridge. No, it's not that. We found Graf and Calypso's location. We need you to find them and take them down. Take them down as in, you know what it means. No, I won't do it. Told you she'd say that. Rain, I know it's against your nature, but remember your Night Witch oath. I'll be a shield, defend life above everything else. Above everything. I'll be a sword to destroy the dangers that threaten us. Night Witches are not just meant to defend. They also have to attack in order to prevent future danger. We can't just sit tight and wait for them to regroup. They attack again, they may target civilians. Calypso is obsessed with his birthright. Graf is a fanatic. They'll never stop. Also, remember, they wanted to kill you. Come on, you're the Night Witch now. No one else can do it. They almost killed Akai. Twice. Fine. Tell me where they are. Oh, you're gonna love this. They left Dungeonitis. They're on the surface. And why are we even talking about this? I can't go after them. I'd burn like a map. Nope. You won't. Not if you're carrying this. This shield is powered by shard technology. It protects the user from the radiation of the broken sky. I made this especially for you. With this, you'll be able to traverse the surface unharmed. How can they be hiding on the surface? They don't have this shield. Well, their golems have shards inside, so technically they invented this tech. They must have shields of some sort, or a vehicle, or who knows. Okay, I'll be on my way then. Make sure that you're ready before you leave. We don't know what you'll find out there. Unchained protocol. Healing. Oh, you can pat the doggy. You can pat the doggo. Ron was nothing but a traitor. We were all praising her like an angel. How could she do this to us? She should pay for what she did. Hope she comes back so we can lock her in jail and throw away the key. I can't believe this pistol is here. The trio is back together. Hey, don't you think he looks off? He used to be so active and energetic. Like he lost his fighting spirit or something. He must have been really afraid when he was lost. Wish we could reignite that spark in him somehow. Thumbs up. Looks like people are feeling great. I don't need to worry about them now. Hurry up. You have to fix the fridge. People can't survive on just my cakes. Oh, level up. Mana drop chance. Rain. I heard what happened with Robin. You okay? Yeah, I think so. You were good friends in training. It's okay if you... I'm fine, okay. Don't worry about me. I have to go now. You have another mission? But there's nothing else to do. It's Graf and Calypso. We know where they are. Are they sending you after them? Yes. I understand. I guess it's necessary to prevent other attacks. But this feels wrong. When the Diagodo told me to attack people, I couldn't. That's why I left. Please, don't do anything you might end up regretting your whole life. I know, okay, I know. That's precisely what Robin did. What she had to do. I know all that, but you can't imagine how the link is messing up my mind. They say it goes both ways. I think I know what they mean. I'll do anything to protect the people I'm connected with. It's so confusing. I feel despair if anyone is in trouble. It hurts. But when I lost you at the beginning of the invasion, I was afraid, anxious. I couldn't think clearly. I feel that now, with everyone at once. I need to keep everyone safe. It sounds tough, Ray. You know, I trust you. I'm with you no matter what. Robin's an octopus. She's a complete octopus. What? Octopuses are really smart, sneaky and sheeny. You never see them coming. If something survived up there on the surface, believe me, it's the octopuses. They are foul, ill-omened predators, just like Robin. Okay. I don't feel like singing. I was a big fan of Robin. Like everybody, I feel so betrayed. The link goes both ways. I hope she can feel my bitterness right now. Don't worry about Robin. We have important jobs, you and I. With the shield, you'll be safe, even on the surface. Go there as quickly as possible and finish the job. You can do it. Then we will rebuild this city and it will be cooler than ever. Robin is evil. She saw us as batteries. She wanted to drain our link. That's so wrong. You can't use living beings as resources. Although, you flesh people used to do that to animals all the time before the war. May have been a Diagodo thing, but everyone was okay with it, as long as they could buy their resources cheap. Doesn't feel so good when it happens to you, huh? GWSK. GWIR. GWFR. These are the names of the witches, isn't it? Faruru. Ikra. Yeah. That's the names of the other witches. Something's going on in there. That's for sure concerning. I left this room. Ooh. It's a cheap one. Suppose I should try to save some of these. You brought me so many cards, I'm so happy. But I want more. I'm only so much. I need to do more. I had some good friends when I was young, but they lived far away from me. Far away from the spot where Dungeonitis was discovered. I like to think they found another underground city, but I know I'll never see them again. I also lost people on the day of the broken sky. It was terrible. I keep thinking about all the time that I wasted. I went years without talking to them. I always thought there would be time, that one day you find out there's no more time left. Rain, I know what Robin did. It's not too late for you. It's never too late. As long as you live, you have to be there for her. Don't leave her alone. She must be suffering so much. I haven't given up on her, I swear. It's scary to think that Robin is a traitor. What scares me the most is, what was she going to do with all that strength? I'm still too short of the next Yuppie coin. Well, I think it's now time to set up for story time. We're at good old, where's my time? 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours. Time to move on to story time. So I'm going to go to a BRB and set things up. That should auto save. And I'll see you in a moment. Of course, I'll leave you with some music while I'm at it. Quick fix. Okay, coming back with story. I do need to quickly update from the Night Witch to talking, chatting, just chatting, and updating Storytime. Right, right. Swap over from music. Hopefully the atmospheric sounds of the campfire. They're not too loud. Okay, we're now back from our break to continue on with Roadside Picnic. In a short summary of the story so far, the story begins with a conversation held between a radio host and a scientist. The conversation typically revolves around the Shuart. I was thinking about this all day. The Shuart, page 40. It's okay. Go back up. The Pillman Radiant. The Pillman Radiant. It's described as being as if 6 points were picked on a globe by, say, a spinning globe and someone standing a few feet away and shooting at it 6 random times. These places are known or referred to as visitation sites, where a lot of anomalous activity happens. Time seems to have frozen for everything, plants, machines no longer decaying any further than they already are, and so forth. As well, around these visitation sites are anomalous zones or unusual things, such as gravitational anomalies that, if an object passes nearby, are affected by this one point and can end up rocketing a small bolt into the ground and making a huge crater, or flame shooting up for no seeming reason, lightning. And each of these anomalous locations affect normal everyday objects, turning them into mysterious artifacts, treasures. In the first chapter, we are immediately met with the description of what's called an empty. An empty is described as being 2 copper plates that are some amount of distance away from each other. However, you are not able to press them closer together or pull them apart. There's an empty space between them, and yet they're connected together in some mysterious way. It's this empty space that gives them their name. The story takes mostly from the perspective of Redrick Schuart, a veteran stalker who has entered into the visitation site somewhere in Europe on multiple occasions. He has seen just about everything there is, many creatures that are willing to rip and tear anybody who they come across, all sorts of anomalies, such as described before. But now he works for an institute that studies the visitation sites. He's with his friend. To find the name of this person. They were Kirill? His friend Kirill, someone who's a scientist that works for the institute as well. And then no, Kirill is showing signs of exhaustion and tiredness and so forth. So Redrick Schuart brings up the topic of a full empty. As before, two copper plates that are an X number of space apart, but the space is filled with something. They make plans to enter the zone and try to retrieve it. After making such plans and planning to bring another friend, Tender, between that point of setting the plans and the next day, Redrick is pulled into a lieutenant's office and informed that he really needs to stop doing something. The particular details are assumed to be he's made another adventure into the zone to collect an artifact and sell. Someone ratted him out. So, when getting back to Kirill, they couldn't go in illicitly. However, Kirill comes up with a plan to get official excursion permission. And so they make their adventure in, using a helicopter. Kirill and Tender are both greenhorns, of course, and so it takes a lot of instruction from Redrick to keep them under control. They do come across a creature as they're making their path, but keeping calm, they manage to not lure it to themselves, and it vanishes off into the distance. And they continue on their path to the garage, where a full empty was spotted by Redrick in the past. They do come across a gravitation anomaly, and using a variety of bolts, they manage to plan out where its location is and how to get around it. And successfully make it to the garage, but there's a glint of silver in the back of the garage. It's noted by Redrick, but he makes the lapse of judgment and not informs his friend Kirill about it. His eyes adjust to the darkness of the garage, and they venture in to collect the full empty. As Kirill is entering to get to the other side of the full empty, he brushes against this silvery material. Redrick hears a cracking sound as he does so. Thankfully, nothing serious happens at the time. As they pull the full empty out of the garage, Redrick attempts to see if there was anything that was left on Kirill's back, but there's nothing spotted at the time. They load up the full empty and escape by use of the boots or helicopters, retracing ability, ability to retrace its steps into the zone. So it stops where they stopped on the way in and so forth. They get out without too much of a hitch. Afterwards, they take the full empty out to wherever, and they get their pay. Redrick then goes on his way to a bar to drink the stress of the adventure off. And eventually that night, he gets news that Kirill died of a heart attack and was found in the showers. It's quite hard on Redrick. Another part at the end was a conversation between Redrick and his wife, or partner, which she's pregnant, promises to take care of the child, but understands that, or insists that Redrick does not return. So now we're going to move on to chapter 2. Redrick Schuart, age 28, married, no permanent occupation. Redrick Schuart lay behind a gravestone and looked at the road through a branch of the ash tree. The searchlights of the patrol car were combing the cemetery, and once in a while one caught him in the eye. Then he would squint and hold his breath. 2 hours had passed, and things were still the same on the road. The car was still parked, its motor throbbing evenly, and kept scanning with its 3 searchlights the run-down graves, the lopsided, rusty crosses and headstones, the overgrown bushy ash trees, and the crest of the 10-foot thick wall that broke off on the left. The border patrol guards were afraid of the zone. They didn't even get out of the car. Near the cemetery, they were even too scared to shoot. Redrick could hear their lowered voices once in a while, and once in a while he could see the light of a cigarette butt fly out of the car window and roll down the highway, skipping along and scattering weak red sparks. It was very damp. It had just rained, and Redrick could feel the dank cold through his waterproof jumpsuit. He carefully released the branch, turned his head and listened. Somewhere to the right, not too far, but not too close either, there was someone else in the cemetery. The leaves rustled there once more and soil crumbled, and then there was a soft thud of something hard and heavy falling. Redrick started crawling backward, carefully and without turning around, hugging the wet grass. The beam of light swung over his head. He froze, followed by its silent movement, and he thought he saw a man in black sitting motionless on a grave between the crosses. He was sitting there openly, leaning against a marble obelisk, turning his white face with its black sunken holes toward Redrick. Actually, Redrick did not see him clearly, nor was it possible in the split second he had, but he filled in the details with his imagination. He crawled away a few more steps and felt for his flask inside his jacket. He pulled it out and lay with its warm metal against his cheek for a while. Then, still holding onto the flask, he crawled on. He stopped listening and looking around. There was a break in the wall, and Burbridge was lying there in a lead-lined raincoat with a bullet hole in it. He was still on his back, pulling at the collar of his sweater with both hands and moaning painfully. Redrick sat next to him and unscrewed his flask's cap. He carefully held Burbridge's head, feeling the hot, sticky, sweaty, bald spot with his palm, and brought the mask to the old man's lips. It was dark, but in the weak reflections of the searchlights, Redrick could see Burbridge's wide-open, glassy eyes and the dark stubble that covered his cheeks. Burbridge greedily took several gulps, and then nervously felt for his sack with a swag. You came back, good fellow, Red. You won't leave an old man to die. Redrick threw back his head and took a deep swallow. It's still there. It was nailed to the tiled highway. It's no accident, Burbridge said. He spoke in spurts on the XL. Someone must have squealed. They're waiting for us. Maybe, said Redrick. Want another swallow? No, that's enough for now. Don't abandon me. If you don't leave me, I won't die. You won't be sorry. You won't leave me, will you, Red? Redrick did not answer. He was looking over at the highway in the flashes of light. He could see the marble obelisk, and he could tell if he was sitting there or not. Listen, Red, I'm not fooling. You won't be sorry. Do you know why that old Burbridge is still alive? Do you know? Bob the gorilla blew it. Barry the banker kicked the bucket. And what a stalker he was. And he was killed. Slimy, too. And Norman Formerice, Culligan, Pete the Scab, all of them. I'm the one who survived. Why? Do you know? You were always a rat, said Red, never taking his eyes off the road. A son of a bitch. A rat, that's true. You can't get by without being one. But all of them were. Pharaoh, slimy, but I'm the only one left. Do you know why? I know, said Red at the end of the conversation. You're lying. You don't know. Have you heard about the golden ball? Yes. You think it's a fairy tale? You'd better keep quiet. Save your strength. It's all right. You'll carry me out. You've gone to the zone so many times. Could you abandon me? I knew you when you were so small. Your father. Redrick said nothing. He wanted a cigarette badly. He took one out, crumpled the tobacco in his hand, and sniffed it. It didn't help. You have to get him out. You have to get me out. I got burned because of you. You're the one who wouldn't take the Maltese. The Maltese was itching to go with them. He had treated them all evening, offering a good percentage. Swore that he would get a special suit, and Burbridge, who was sitting next to him, kept winking to Red behind his leathery hand. Let's take him. We won't go wrong. Maybe that's why Red said no. You got it because you were greedy, said Red coldly. I had nothing to do with it. You'd better be quiet. For a while, Burbridge moaned. He had his fingers in his collar again, and his head was thrown back. You can have all the swag he got. Just don't leave me. Redrick looked at his watch. There wasn't much time until dawn. The patrol car was still there. Motion somewhere. Odd. Yeah. Redrick looked at his watch. There wasn't much time until dawn. And the patrol car was still there. Its spotlights were still searching the bushes, and the camouflaged jeep was quite close to the patrol car. They could find it any minute. The golden ball, said Burbridge. I found it. There are so many tales about it. I spun a few myself. That it would grant your every wish. Any wish. If that were true, I sure wouldn't be here. I'd be living high on the hog in Europe, swimming in dough. Redrick looked down at him in the flickering blue light of Burbridge. In the flickering blue light, Burbridge's upturned face looked dead, but his glasses eyes were fixed on Redrick. Eternal youth. Like hell I got it. Money. The hell with that too. But I got health and good children, and I'm alive. You can only dream about the places I've been. And I'm still alive. He licked his lips. And he asked for one thing. Let me live, and give me health, and the children. Will you shut up? Red finally said. You sound like a dame. If I can, I'll get you out. I'm sorry for your Dina. You'll have to hit the streets. Dina, the old man whispered hoarsely. My little girl. My beauty. They're spoiled, Red. I never refused them anything. They'll be lost. Arthur, my Artie. You know him, Red. Have you ever seen anything like him? I told you. If I can, I'll save you. No, Burbridge said suddenly. You'll get me out no matter what. The golden ball. Do you want me to tell where it is? Go ahead, Burbridge moaned instead. My legs. Feel how they are. Redrick reached out and moved his hand down his leg below the knee. The bones, he moaned. Are the bones still there? They're there. Stop fussing. You're lying. Why lie? You think I don't know? I've never seen it happen? Actually, all he could feel was the kneecap. Below, all the way to the ankle, the leg was like a rubber stick. You could tie knots in it. The knees are whole, Red said. You're probably lying, Burbridge said sadly. Well, all right. Just get me out. I'll give you everything. The golden ball. I'll draw you a map. Show all the traps. I'll tell you everything. He promised other things too, but Redrick wasn't listening. He was looking at the highway. The spotlights weren't racing across the shrubbery anymore. They were frozen. They converged on that obelisk. In the bright blue fog, Redrick could see the bent black figure wandering among the crosses. The figure seemed to be moving blindly. straight into the lights. Redrick saw it bump into a huge cross, stumble, bump into the cross again, walk around it, and continue on, arms outstretched before it, fingers spread wide. Then it suddenly disappeared, as though it fell underground. It surfaced a few seconds later, to the right and further away, stepping with a bizarre, inhuman stubbornness, like a wind-up toy. Suddenly, the lights went out. The transmission squealed, the engine roared, and the blue and red signal lights showed through the shrubs. The patrol car tore away, accelerated wildly, and raced toward town. It disappeared behind the wall. Redrick gulped and unzipped his jumpsuit. They've gone away, Burbridge murmured feverishly. Red, let's go. Hurry. He shifted around, felt for and found his bag, and tried to get up. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Redrick was still looking toward the road. It was dark now and nothing could be seen, but somewhere out there he was stalking, like an automaton, stumbling, falling, bumping into crosses, getting tangled in the shrubs. All right, Red said out loud. Let's go. He lifted Burbridge. The old man clamped onto his neck with his left hand. Redrick, unable to straighten up, crawled with him on all fours through the hole in the wall, grabbing the wet grass. Let's go, Burbridge whispered hoarsely. Don't worry, I've got my swag. I won't let go. Come on. The path was familiar, but the wet grass was slippery. The ash branches whipped him in the face. The bulky old man was unbearably heavy, like a corpse. The bag with the booty, clinking and clanging, kept getting caught. I was afraid of running into him, who could be anywhere in the dark. When they got out onto the highway, it was still dark, but you could tell that dawn was coming. In the little wood across the road, birds were making sleepy and uncertain noises, and the night gloom was turning blue over the black houses in the distant suburbs. Night gloom was turning blue over the black houses in the distant suburbs. There was a chilly, damp breeze coming from there. Redrick put Burbridge on the shoulder of the road and, like a big black spider, scuttled across the road. He quickly found the jeep, swept off the branches from the hood, from the hood and fenders, and drove out on the asphalt without turning on the headlights. Burbridge was there, holding the bag in one hand and fielding his legs with the other. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry. My knees still have my knees. If only they could save my knees. Redrick picked him up and gritting his teeth from the strain, shoved him over the side. Burbridge landed on the back seat and groaned. He hadn't dropped the bag. Redrick picked up the lead-lined raincoat and covered him with it. Burbridge had even managed to get the coat out. Redrick took out a flashlight and checked the shoulder for tracks. There weren't too many traces. The jeep had battened some of the tall grasses as it came onto the road, but the grass would stand up in a couple of hours. There were an enormous number of butts around the spot where the patrol car had parked. That reminded Redrick that he wanted to smoke. He lit one up, even though what he wanted more was to get the hell out of there and drive as fast as he could. But he couldn't do that yet. Everything had to be done slowly and consciously. What's the matter? Burbridge whined from the car. You haven't spilled the water and the finishing gear is dry. What are you waiting for? Come on, hide the swag. Shut up. Don't bug me. We'll head for the southern suburbs. What suburbs? Are you crazy? You ruined my knees, you bastard. My knees! Redrick took the last drag and put the butt in his matchbox. Don't be a jerk, Buzzard. We can't go straight through town. There are 3 roadblocks. We get stopped once for sure. So what? I'll take one look at your feet and it's curtains. What about my legs? We were fishing. I hurt my legs, and that's that. And what if they feel your legs? Feel them? Oh, yell so loud they'll never try feeling a leg again. But Redrick had already decided. He lifted the driver's seat, flashing his light, opened a secret compartment and said, "Let me have the stuff." The gas tank under the seat was a dummy. Redrick took the bag and stuffed it inside, listening to the clinking and clanking of the bag. "I can't take any risks," he muttered. "I don't have the right." Put the cover back on, covered up with rubbish and rags, and replaced the seat. Burbridge was moaning and groaning, begging him to hurry and promising him the golden ball again. He twisted and shifted in his seat, staring anxiously into the growing light. Frederick paid no attention to him. There's Omega. Oh yeah, Omega. Diesel's unfortunately gone to bed, but thank you for the thanking. Roderick paid no attention to him. He tore open the plastic bag of water with the fish in it, poured out the water over the fishing gear, and put the flopping fish into the basket. He folded up the plastic bag and put it in his pocket, and everything was in order. 2 fishermen coming back from a not very successful trip. He got behind the wheel and started the car. He drove all the way to the turn without putting on the lights. The vast 10-foot wall stretched to the left of them, hemming into the zone. On the right there was an occasional abandoned cottages with bearded windows and peeling paint. Rudy could see the well in the dark. It wasn't that dark anymore anyway. Besides, he knew that it was coming. The bent figure, striding rhythmically, appeared before the car. He didn't even slow down. He hunched over the wheel. It was walking in the middle of the road, like all of them. It was headed for town. Redrick passed him from the left and speeded up. Mother of God! Burbridge muttered in the back seat. Red, did you see that? Yes. God, that's all we need. Suddenly Burbridge broke into a loud prayer. Shut up, Redrick shouted at him. The turn should have been right around here somewhere. Redrick slowed down, staring at the row of stinking houses and fences on the right. The old transformer hut, the pole with the supports, the rotting bridge over the culvert. Redrick turned the wheel and the cuss tossed and turned. Where are you going? Burbridge wailed. You'll ruin my legs, you bastard. Redrick turned around for a second and slapped the old man's face, feeling his prickly, stubbled cheek. Burbridge sputtered and fell silent. The car was bouncing and the wheels slipped in the fresh mud from last night's rain. Redrick turned on the lights. The white bouncing light illuminated overgrown old ruts, huge puddles, and rotten leaning fences. Burbridge was crying, sobbing, and snuffling. He wasn't promising anything anymore. He was complaining and threatening, but in a very quiet and indistinct voice so that Redrick heard only isolated words. Something about legs, knees, and his darling Archie. Then he shut up. The village stretched along the western edge of the city. There once had been summer houses, gardens, orchards, and summer villas of the city fathers and plant directors. Green, pleasant places with small lakes and clean, sandy beaches, translucent birch groves, and ponds stocked with carp. The stink and pollution from the plant never reached this verdant glade, nor did the city plumbing system. But now everything here was abandoned, and they passed only one inhabited house. The window shone yellow through the drawn blinds, and the wash on the line was wet from the rain. A huge dog rushed out at them furiously and chased the car through the mud thrown up by the wheels. Redrick carefully drove over an old rickety bridge. When he could see the turn-off to Western Highway, he stopped the car and turned off the motor. Then he got out and went on the road without looking back at Burbridge, his hands stuffed into the damp pockets of his jumpsuit. It was light. Everything around them was wet, still, and sleepy. He walked over to the highway and peered from the bushes. The police checkpoint was easily visible from his vantage point. A little trailer house with 3 lighted windows. The patrol car was parked next to it. It was empty. Redrick stood watching for some time. There was no action at the checkpoint. The guards must have gotten cold and worn out during the night and were warming up in the trailer. Dreaming over cigarettes tucked to their lower lips. The toads, Redrick said softly. He found the brass knuckles in his pocket, slipped his fingers into the oval holes, pressed the cold metal into his fist, and still hunched up against the chill, with his hands still in his pockets, he went back. The Jeep, twisting slightly to one side, was parked among the bushes. It was lost, a lost quiet spot. Probably nobody had looked at it in the last 10 years. When Redrick reached the car, Burbridge sat up and looked at him, his mouth open. He looked even older than usual, wrinkled, bald, unshaven, with rotten teeth. They stared at each other silently, then Burbridge said distinctly, The map, all the traps, everything. You'll find it, and you won't be sorry. Frederick listened to him without moving. Then he loosens his fingers and let the brass knuckle fall into his pocket. All right. All you have to do is lie there in a faint. Understand? Moan. Don't let anyone touch you. He got behind the wheel and started the car. Everything went well. No one got out of the trailer when the jeep drove slowly past, obeying all the signs and making all the correct signals. It accelerated and sped into town through the southern end. It was 6 a.m. The streets were empty. The pavement wet and shiny black, and the traffic lights winked lonely and unneeded at the intersections. They drove past the bakery with its high, brightly lit windows, and Reddick was engulfed in a wave of the warm, incredibly delicious smell of baking bread. Baking bread smell. I'm starved, Reddick said, and stretched his stiffened muscles by pushing his hands into the wheel. What? Burbridge asked frightenedly. I'm starved, I said. Where to? Home or straight to the butcher? To the butcher, and hurry. Burbridge was fronting, leaning forward and breathing hotly on Redrick's neck. Straight to his house. Come on, he still owes me 700. Will you drive faster? You're crawling like a louse in a puddle. He started cursing impotently and angrily, sputtering, panting, and ended in a coughing fit. Redrick did not answer. He had neither the time nor the energy to pacify Buzzard when he was going at full speed. He wanted to finish up as soon as possible and get an hour or so of sleep before his appointment at the Metropole. He turned onto 16th Street, drove 2 blocks, and parked in front of a grey 2-story private house. The butcher came to the door himself. He had just gotten up and was on his way to the bathroom. He was wearing a luxurious robe with gold tassels and was carrying a glass with his false teeth. His hair was dishevelled. There were dark circles under his eyes. Oh, it's Red. How are you? Put in your teeth and let's go. Uh-huh. He nodded him into the waiting room and hurried off to the bathroom, scuffing along with his Persian slippers. Who is it? He asked from there. Burbridge. What? His legs. Roderick could hear running water, snorting, splashing, and something fall and roll along the tile floor in the bathroom. Roderick sank exhaustedly into an armchair and lit a cigarette. The waiting room was nice. The butcher didn't skimp. He was a highly competent and very fashionable surgeon, influential in both city and state medical circles. He had gotten mixed up with the stalkers not for the money, of course. He collected from the zone. He took various types of swag, which he used for research in his own practice. He took knowledge, since he studied stricken stalkers and the various diseases, mutilations, and traumas of the human body that had never been known before. And he took glory, becoming famous as the first doctor on the planet to be specialized in non-human diseases of man. He was also not averse to taking money, and in great amounts. What specifically is wrong with his legs? He asked, appearing from the bathroom with a huge towel around his neck. He was carefully drying his sensitive fingers with the corner of the towel. Landed in the jelly, Redrick said. The butcher whistled. Well, that's the end of Burbridge. Too bad. He was a famous stalker. It's all right, Redrick said, leaning back in the chair. You'll make artificial legs for him. He'll hobble around the zone on them. All right. The butcher's face became completely businesslike. Wait a minute, I'll get dressed. While he dressed and made a call, properly to his clinic to prepare things for the operation, Redrick lounged immobile in the armchair and smoked. He moved only once to get his flask. He drank it in small sips because there was only a little in the bottom, and he tried to think about nothing. He simply waited. They both walked out to the car. Redrick got in the driver's seat, the butcher next to him. He immediately bent over the back seat to palpate Burbridge's legs. Burbridge, subdued and withdrawn, muttered pathetically, promising to shower him with gold, mentioning his deceased wife and his children repeatedly, and begging him to save at least his niece. When they got to the clinic, the butcher cursed at not finding the orderlies waiting in the driveway and jumped out of the moving car to run inside. Redrick lit another cigarette. Burbridge suddenly spoke, clearly and calmly. apparently completely calm at last. You tried to kill me. I won't forget. I didn't kill you, though, Redrick said. No, you didn't. He was silent. I'll remember that too. You do that, of course. You wouldn't have tried to kill me. He turned and looked at Burbridge. The old man was nervously moving his lips. You would have abandoned me just like that, said Redrick. You would have left me in the zone and thrown me in the water, like Four Eyes. Four Eyes died on his own, Burbridge said gloomily. I had nothing to do with it. It got him. You bastard, Redrick said dispassionately, turning away. You son of a bitch. The sleepy, rumpled attendants ran out onto the driveway, unfurling the stretcher as they came to the car. Redrick, stretching and yawning, watched them extricate Burbridge from the back seat and trundle him off on the stretcher. Burbridge lay immobile, hands folded on chest, staring resignedly at the sky. His huge feet, cruelly eaten away by the jelly, were turned out unnaturally. It was the last of the old stalkers who had started hunting for the treasure right after the visitation, when the zone wasn't called the zone. There were no institutes or walls or UN forces. The city was paralyzed with fear, and the world was snickering over the newspaper hoax. Redrick was 10 years old then, and Burbridge was still a strong and agile man. He loved to drink when others paid, and brawl to catch some unwary girl in the corner. His own children didn't interest him in the least. He was a petty bastard even then. When he was drunk, he used to beat his wife with a repulsive pleasure, noisily, so that everyone could hear. Geez, this guy's a... He beat her until she died. Jesus Christ, that's... Jesus. Redrick turned the Jeep and, disregarding the lights, sped home, honking at the few pedestrians on the streets and cornering sharply. He parked in the front of the garage, and when he got out, he saw the superintendent coming towards him from across the little park. As usual, the super was out of sorts, and his crumpled face with its swollen eyes mirrored extreme distaste, as though he were walking on liquid manure instead of the ground. Good morning, Redrick said politely. Super stopped 2 feet in front of him and pointed with his thumb over his shoulder. Is that your handiwork? He asked. You could tell that these were his first words of the day. What are you talking about? The swings. Was it you who set them up? I did. What for? Redrick did not answer and went over to unlock the garage. The super followed. I asked you why you set up the swings. Who asked you to? My daughter, he answered very calmly. Rolled back the door. I'm not asking you about your daughter, he raised his voice. That's another question. I'm asking you who gave you permission. I mean, who let you take over the park? Redrick turned to him and stared at the bridge of his nose, pale and covered with spidery veins. Super stepped back and spoke more softly. And don't you repaint the terrace? How many times have I... Don't bother. I'm not going to move out. He got back in the car and started the engine. As he took the wheel, he saw how white his knuckles were. Then he leaned out the window and, no longer controlling himself, said, If I am forced to move, you creep, you better say your prayers. He drove into the garage, turned on the light, and closed the door. He pulled the swag from the false gas tank, fixed up the car, and put the bag in the old wicker basket, put the fishing gear, still damp and covered with grass and leaves, on top, and put the fish that Burbridge had brought into a store in the suburbs last night on top of everything. Then he checked the car one more time, out of habit. A flattened cigarette butt had stuck to the right rear fender. Redrick pulled it away. It was Swedish. He thought about it and put it in the matchbox. There were 3 butts in it already. He didn't meet anyone on the stairs. He stopped in front of his door and it flew open before he had time to get his keys. He walked in sideways, holding the heavy basket under his arm, and immersed himself in the warmth and familiar smells of home. Guta threw her arms around his neck and froze with her face on his chest. He could feel her heart beating wildly, even through his jumpsuit and heavy shirt. He didn't rush her. He stood patiently and waited for her to calm down, even though he fully sensed for the first time just how tired and worn out he was. "All right," she finally said in a low, husky voice, and let go of him. She turned on the light in the entry and... Ugh, what's going on with the speech there? She turned on the light in the entry and went into the kitchen. "I'll have the coffee ready in a minute," she called. "I brought some fish," he said in an artificially hearty tone. "Fry it up, won't you? I'm starved." She came back, hiding her face in her loosened hair. He set the basket on the floor, helped her take out the net with the fish, and they both carried the net to the kitchen and dumped the fish into the sink. "Go wash up," she said. "By the time you're ready, the fish will be done." "How's Monkey?" Redrick asked, pulling off his boots. "She was babbling all evening." "Evening," Guta replied. "I barely got her to bed. She keeps asking, 'Where's Daddy? Where's Daddy?' She wants a daddy all the time." She moved swiftly and quietly into the kitchen, strong and graceful. The water was boiling in the pan on the stove, and the scales were flying under her knife. And the butter was sizzling in the largest pan. And the butter was sizzling in the largest pan. There was the exhilarating smell of fresh coffee in the air. Roderick walked in his bare feet to the entry hall, took the basket and brought it into the storeroom. Then he looked into the bedroom. Monkey was sleeping peacefully, a crumpled blanket hanging on the floor. The nightie had ridden up. She was warm and soft, a little animal breathing heavily. Frederick could not resist the temptation to stroke her back covered with a warm, golden fur. It was made for the thousandth time by the fur's silkiness and length. He wanted to pick up Monkey badly, but he was afraid it would wake her up. Besides, he was as dirty as hell and permeated with death in the zone. He came back into the kitchen and sat down at the table. Sounds like your daughter has a lot of fur. There's mutations, assuming the radiation could have caused, or it's something further to do with DNA mutations. Hair, I guess. That's the reason why they nicknamed or gave her the name Monkey. "Pour me a cup of coffee. I'll wash later." A bundle of evening mail was on the table. The Harmont Gazette, Sports, Playboy. There was a whole bunch of magazines, and the thick grey-covered reports of the International Institute of Extraterrestrial Cultures, issue 56. Redrick took a mug of steaming coffee from Guta and reached for the reports. Squiggles and markings, blueprints of some kind, and photographs of familiar objects from strange angles. Another posthumous article by Kirill, an unexpected property of the magnetic trap type 77B. The surname Panov was framed in black, and below in tiny type said, "Dr. Kirill A. Panov, USSR, perished tragically during an experiment in April 19... something. Roderick tossed away the journal, gulped some coffee in, burning his mouth, and asked, "Did anyone drop by?" "Gutalin was here," Guta said, after a slight pause. He was standing by the stove and looking at him. He was stinking drunk, sobered him up. How about Monkey? She didn't want to let him go, of course. She started bawling, but I told her that Uncle Gutalin wasn't feeling very well, and she told me Gutalin smashed again. Redrick laughed and took another sip. He asked another question. "What about the neighbours?" Guta, hesitating again before answering. "Like always," she finally said. "All right, don't tell me." "Ah," she said, waving her hand in disgust. "The woman from below knocked out our door last night. Her eyes were bulging and she was practically spitting with anger. Why are we sewing in the bathroom in the middle of the night?" "The dangerous old bitch," Redrick said through his teeth. "Listen, maybe we should move, buy a house somewhere out in the country, where there's no one else, just some old abandoned cottage." "What about Monkey?" "God, don't you think the two of us could make her life good?" Guta shook her head. "She loves children, and they love her. It's not their fault that. No, it's not their fault." "There's no use talking about it," Guta said. "Somebody called you. Didn't leave a name. I told him you were out fishing." Roderick put down the mug and got up. "Okay, I'll go wash up. I've got lots of things to take care of." He looked himself in the bathroom, threw his clothes in the pail, and placed the brass knuckles, the remaining nuts and bolts, and his cigarettes on the shelf. He turned himself under the boiling hot shower for a long time, rubbing his body with a rough sponge until it was bright red. He shut off the shower and sat on the edge of the tub, smoking. The pipes were gurgling and Guta was clattering dishes out on the kitchen. Then there was the smell of frying fish and Guta knocked, bringing him fresh underwear. Hurry it up, she ordered. The fish is getting cold. It was completely back to normal and back to being bossy. Frederick chuckled as he dressed, that is, put on his shorts and t-shirt and went to the table. Now I can eat, he said to him as he seated himself. Did you put your underwear in the pail? Uh-huh, he said with his mouth full. Good fish. Did you cover it with water? Nope. Sorry, sir, I won't have it again, sir. Will you sit still? Forget it. He caught her hand and tried to pull her into his lap, but she pulled away and sat across from him. You're neglecting your husband, Frederick said, his mouth full again. Too squeamish? Some husband you are now. You're just an empty bag, not a husband. You have to be stuffed first. What if I could? Frederick asked. Miracles do happen, you know. I haven't seen miracles like that from you before. How about a drink? Frederick played with his fork indecisively. No thanks. He looked at his watch and got up. I'm off now. Get my dress-up outfit ready. First class, a shirt and tie. Enjoying the sensation of the cool floor under his clean, bare feet, he went into the storeroom and barred the door. He put on a rubber apron and rubber gloves up to his elbows and started unloading the swag onto the table. 2 empties, a box of pins, 9 batteries, 3 bracelets, some sort of hoop, sort of like the bracelets, but with white metal, lighter and bigger in diameter by an inch. 16 black sprays in a polyethylene case, 2 marvelously preserved sponges the size of a fist, 3 itches, a jar of carbonated clay. There was still a heavy porcelain container carefully wrapped in fiberglass in the bag, but Frederick didn't touch it. He smoked and examined the wealth spread out on the table. Then he opened the drawer and took out a piece of paper, a pencil stump, and a calculator. He kept the cigarette in the corner of his mouth, and in squinting in the smoke, he wrote number after number, making 3 columns in all. He added up the first 2. The numbers were impressive. He put out the butt in the ashtray and carefully opened the box and spilled out the pins on the paper. In the electric light, the pins looked slightly blue and occasionally sputtered with other colors, yellow and red and green. He picked up a pin and carefully squeezed it between his thumb and index finger, avoiding being pricked. Then he put it out to the light and waited a bit, getting accustomed to the dark. But the pin was silent. He put it aside and found another one, which he also squeezed. Nothing. He squeezed harder, risking a pinprick. The pin spoke. Weak red bashes ran along the pin and were suddenly replaced by slower green pulses. Frederick, enjoying this strange light, played for a few seconds. Frederick enjoyed this strange light. Play for a few seconds. He had learned from the reports that the lights were supposed to mean something, maybe something very important. He put the pin in a different spot from the first and picked up another. He ended up with 73 pins, 12 of which spoke. The rest were silent. Actually, they too could speak, but fingers were not enough to get them started. He needed a special machine the size of the table. Frederick put on the light and added 2 more numbers to his list, and only then did he decide to do it. He stuck both hands into the bag and, holding his breath, brought out a soft package and placed it on the table. He stared at it for a while, thoughtfully rubbing his chin and with the back of his hand. Then he picked up the pencil, played with it with his clumsy, rubbery fingers, and put it aside. He took out another cigarette and smoked the entire thing without taking his eyes off the package. What the hell? He said out loud and decisively stuffed the package back into the bag. That's it. Enough. He quickly gathered all the pins in the box and got up. It was time to go. He could probably get half an hour's sleep to clear his head. But on the other hand, it was probably a much better idea to get there early and check out on the situation. He took off the gloves, hung up the apron, and left the storeroom without turning out the light. His suit was ready and laid out on the bed. Frederick got dressed. He was doing his tie in front of the mirror when the floor creaked behind him. He heard a heavy breathing. He made a face to keep from laughing. Ha! A tiny voice shouted next to him, and someone grabbed his leg. Uh-oh, Frederick exclaimed, pull him back onto the bed. Monkey, laughing and squealing, immediately clambered up on him. She trampled him, pulled his hair, and inundated him with endless stream of news. The neighbour's boy Willie tore off Dolly's leg. There was a new kitten on the 3rd floor, all white with red eyes. Probably didn't listen to his mama and went into the zone. He had porridge and jam for dinner. Uncle Gutalin was smashed again and was sick. He even cried. Why don't fish drown if they live in the water? Why don't fish drown if they live in water? Why don't Mama sleep at night? Why are there 5 fingers and only 2 hands, and only 1 nose? Roderick carefully hugged the warm creature that was crawling all over him and looked into the huge dark eyes that had no whites at all, and cuddled his cheek against the plump little cheek covered with silky golden fleece. Monkey, my little monkey, you sweet little monkey, you. The phone rang by his ear. He picked up the receiver. I'm listening. Silence. Hello? Hello? No answer. There was a click, and then short repeated tones. Roderick got up, put Monkey on the floor, and put on his trousers and jacket, no longer listening to her. Monkey chatted non-stop, but only smiled with his lips in a distracted way. Finally, she announced, that Daddy had bit off his tongue and swallowed it and left him in peace. He went back into the storeroom, put everything from the table into a briefcase, got his brass knuckles from the bathroom, came back to the storeroom, and took the briefcase in one hand and the basket with the bag in the other, went out, carefully locking the door, and called out to Guta. I'm leaving. When will you be back? Guta came out of the kitchen. She had done her hair and put on makeup. She was no longer wearing her robe either, but a house dress, his favourite one, bright blue and low cut. I'll call, he said, looking at her. He walked over and kissed her cleavage. You better go, Guta said softly. What about me? Kiss me, Monkey whined, and pushing between them. He had to bend down even lower, Guta watching him steadily. Nonsense, he said. Don't worry. I'll call. On the landing below theirs, Riddick saw a fat man in striped pajamas fussing with the lock to his door. A warm, sour smell was coming from the depths of his apartment. Frederick stopped. Good day. The fat man looked at him cautiously over his fat shoulder and muttered something. Your wife dropped by last night, Frederick said. Something about us sawing. Some kind of misunderstanding. Why do I care? The man in pajamas said. My wife was doing the laundry last night, Frederick continued. If we disturbed you, I apologize. I didn't say anything. Be my guest. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Frederick went outside, dropped into the garage, put the basket with the bag onto the corner, covered it with an old seat, looking over his work, and went out onto the street. It wasn't a long walk. 2 blocks to the square, then through the park and 1 more block to Central Boulevard. In front of the Metropole, as usual, there was a shiny array of cars gleaming chrome and lacquer. The porters in raspberry red uniforms were lugging suitcases into the motel, and some foreign-looking people were standing around in groups of 2 and 3, smoking and talking on the marble steps. Frederick decided not to go in yet. He made himself comfortable under the awning of a small cafe across the street, ordered coffee, and lit up a cigarette. Not 2 feet from his table were 3 undercover men from the International Police Force, silently and quickly eating grilled hot dogs, Harmon style, and drinking beer from tall glass steins. On the other side, some 10 feet away, a sergeant was gloomily devouring French fries, his fork in his fist. His blue helmet was set upside down on the floor by his chair, his shoulder holstered draped on the chair back. There were no other customers. The waitress, an elderly woman he didn't know, stood behind the counter and yawned, gently covering her painted mouth with her hand. It was 20 to 9. Frederick saw Richard Noonan leave the hotel, chewing something and arranging his soft hat on his head. He boldly strode down the steps, short, plump, and pink, still lucky, well off, freshly washed, and confident that the day would bring him no unpleasantness. He waved to someone, flung his raincoat over his right shoulder, and walked over to his Peugeot. Dick's Peugeot was also plump, short, and freshly washed, and seemingly confident that no unpleasantness threatened it. Covering his face with his hand, Frederick watched Noonan bustle, get comfortable in the front seat, and move something from the front seat to the back, bend down to pick something up, and adjust the rearview mirror. The Peugeot expelled a puff of blue smoke, pipped at an African in a burnoose, and jauntily drove out into the street. Looked like Noonan was headed for the Institute, in which case he had to go around the fountain and drive past the cafe. It was too late to get up and leave, so Redrick covered his face completely and hunched over his cup. It didn't help. The Peugeot beeped in his ear. The brakes squealed, and Noonan's hearty voice called, "Hey, Shuart! Red!" Redrick swore under his breath and looked up. Noonan was walking toward him, hand outstretched. Noonan was beaming. "What are you doing here at the crack of dawn?" he asked as he approached. 20 to 9 is not the crack of dawn. He asked as he approached. "Thank you, ma'am," he said to the waitress. "Nothing for me. I haven't seen you in 100 years. Where have you been? What are you up to?" Redrick's nothing special, Redrick said unwillingly. Just unimportant things. He watched Noonan bustle and establish himself in the chair opposite and move the glass with the napkins to one side with his plump hands and the plate with sandwiches in another. And he listened to Noonan gap. He looked kind of peaked. Not sleeping enough? Lately I've been very busy with new automation stuff, but I never miss my sleep, that's for sure. The automation can go hang. He suddenly looked around. "I'm sorry, maybe you're expecting someone. Have I interrupted? Am I in the way?" No, Redrick said lamely. Just had some time, and I just had some time and thought I'd have a cup of coffee, that's all. "Well, I won't keep you long," Dick said, looking at his watch. "Listen, Red, why don't you drop your unimportant things and come back to the Institute? They'll take you back whenever you want. You want to work with another Russian? There's a new one." Redrick shook his head. "Nope, no second Kirill hasn't been born. Anyway, there's nothing for me to do in your institute. It's all animated now. You have robots going into the zone, and that means the robot get all the bonuses. The lab assistants are paid peanuts. They won't even keep me in cigarettes." "All that could be arranged." "I don't like having things arranged for me," Redrick said. "I've taken care of myself all my life, and I intend to keep on doing that." "You've become very proud," Noonan said with condemnation. "No, I'm not. I just don't like pinching pennies." "I guess you're right," Noonan said distractedly. He looked at Redrick's briefcase and the chair next to him, rubbed the silver plate with the engraved Cyrillic letters. "You're right. A man needs money, so he doesn't have to always be counting it." Try that again. "You're right. A man needs money so that he doesn't have to always be counting it. A present from Kirill?" he asked, nodding at the briefcase. "I inherited it. How come never see you at the borscht anymore?" "You're the one who's never there," Noonan countered. "I have lunch there almost every day. At the Metropole, they charge an arm and a leg for a hamburger. Listen," he said suddenly. "How's your money situation now? Want a loan?" "Just the opposite. You want to lend me money?" "I have work." "Oh, God," Redrick said. "Not you, too." "Who else, then?" Noonan demanded. "There's lots of you hirers." Noonan, seeming to finally get his point, laughed. No, this isn't along the lines of your primary specialty." "Along what lines, then?" Noonan looked at his watch again. "Here's the deal," he said, getting up. "Come to the Borscht for lunch. Around 2, we'll talk." "I may not be able to make it by 2. This evening around 6, all right?" "We'll see." Redrick looked at his watch. It was 5 to 9. Noonan waved and rolled out to his Peugeot. Redrick followed him with his eyes, called the waitress, paid the bill, and bought a pack of Lucky Strikes. And so they headed over to the hotel with his briefcase. The sun was baking hot already. The street had quickly become muggy, and Redrick felt a burning sensation under his eyelids. He squinted hard, sorry that he hadn't time for an hour's nap for his important business, and then it hit him. He had never experienced anything like this before outside the zone. It had happened in the zone only 2 or 3 times. It was as though he were in a different world. A million odors cascaded on him at once. Sharp, sweet, metallic, gentle, dangerous ones, as crude as cobblestones, as delicate and complex as watch mechanisms, as huge as a house and as tiny as a dust particle. The air had become hard. It developed edges, surfaces, corners, like space was filled with huge, stiff balloons, slippery pyramids, gigantic prickly crystals, and he had to push his way through it all, making his way into a dream through a junk store stuffed with ancient, ugly furniture. It lasted a second. He opened his eyes, and everything was gone. It hadn't been a different world, it was this world turning a new, unknown side of him. This side was revealed to him for a second and then disappeared, before he'd had time to figure it out. An angry horn beeped, and Redrick walked faster, and then ran all the way to the wall of the metropole. His heart was beating wildly. He put the briefcase on the pavement and impatiently tore open the pack of cigarettes. He lit one, inhaled deeply, and rested as if after a fight. Cop stopped near him and asked, "Need help, mister?" No. Redrick squeezed the word out and coughed. "It's stuffy." "Can I take you where you're going?" Redrick picked up his briefcase. Everything is fine, pal. Thanks." He walked quickly toward the entrance, walked up the steps, and went into the lobby. It was cool, dusky, and echoey. He should have sat for a while in one of those voluminous leather chairs and caught his breath, but it was late already. He allowed himself time to finish the cigarette, checking out the crowd through the half-shut eyes. Bones was there, irritatedly riffling through the magazines at the newsstand. Redrick threw the butt into the ashtray and went into the elevator. He didn't manage to close the door in time, and others crowded in, a fat man breathing asthmatically, a heavily perfumed lady with a grumpy little boy eating chocolate, and a heavy-set old woman with a poorly shaved chin. Redrick was pushed into a corner. He closed his eyes, trying to shut out the boy with chocolate saliva dripping down his chin, whose face was fresh and pure, without a single hair, and to shut out his mother, whose scrawny bosom was embellished with a necklace made of a large black sprays set in silver, and to shut out the bulging sclerotic white eyes. And to shut out the bulging sclerotic whites of the eyes of the fat man, and the hideous warts on the swollen face of the old woman. The fat man tried to light a cigarette, but the old woman attacked him and kept after him until she got out on 5. As soon as she did, the fat man lit up with a look on that proclaimed that he was defending his civil rights, and broke out coughing and hacking as soon as he inhaled, sticking out his lips like a camel and jabbing Redrick in the ribs with his elbow. What a scene. Redrick got out of the 8th floor and walked down the thick carpet onto the corridor, cosily illuminated by hidden lamps. It smelled of expensive tobacco, French perfumes, the soft natural leather of stuffed wallets, expensive ladies of the night, and solid gold cigarette cases. It reeked of everything, of the lousy fungus that was growing in the zone, drinking on the zone, eating, exploiting, and growing fat on the zone, that didn't give a damn about any of it, especially about what would happen later when it had eaten its full and gotten power, and when everything that was once in the zone was outside the zone. Redrick pushed open the door of 874 without knocking. Throaty, sitting on a table by the window, was performing a ritual over a cigar. He was still in his pajamas, and his thinning hair through wet was carefully parted. His unhealthy, puffy face was smoothly shaved. "Aha!" he said without looking up. "Punctuality is the politeness of kings. Good day, young man." He finished clipping the end of a cigar, took it in both hands, brought it up to his nose, and passed it back and forth under it. "Where is good old Burbridge?" he asked, and looked up. His eyes were clear, blue, angelic. Redrick put the briefcase on the sofa, sat down, and took out his cigarettes. "Burbridge isn't coming." "Good old Burbridge," Bertie repeated. He took the cigarette between 2 fingers and carefully brought it to his mouth. Old Burbridge's nerves are acting up. He kept looking at Redrick with his clear blue eyes, never blinking. Never blinked. The door opened slightly and Bones slipped into the room. "Who were you talking to?" he asked from the doorway. "Ah, hello," Redrick said cheerfully, slipping ashes on the floor. Bones shoved his hands in his pockets and came closer, taking broad steps with his huge pigeon-toed feet. He stopped in front of Redrick. "We've told you 100 times," he had reproached him. "No contacts before a meeting. And what do you do?" "I say hello," Redrick replied. "And you?" Thirty laughed. Bones was irritated. Hello, hello, hello. He removed his reproachful gaze from Redrick and flung himself down on the couch next to him. You cannot behave that way. Do you understand me? You cannot. Then arrange meetings in places where I don't know anybody. The boy is right, Bertie interjected. Our mistake. So who was that man? Richard Noonan. He represents some companies that supply the Institute. He lives here in the hotel. You see how simple it is, Thirty said to Bones. Picked up a colossal lighter shaped like the Statue of Liberty, looked at it doubtfully, and replaced it on the table. Where's Burbridge? Thirty asked in a friendly tone. Burbridge blew it. The two men exchanged a quick glance. Rest in peace, Thirty said intensely. Or has he been arrested? Redrick didn't answer right away, taking slow, long drags on his cigarette. He threw the butt on the floor. Don't worry. Everything's safe. He's in the hospital. That's some safe, Bones said nervously. He jumped up and went over to the window. Which hospital? Don't worry. Everything is taken care of. Let's get down to business. I'm sleepy. What hospital specifically? Bones asked in irritation. I've told you. Redrick picked up the briefcase. Are we doing business today or not? We are, son, Thirty said heartily. With unexpected agility, he leapt to the floor, knocked all the magazines and newspapers from the coffee table and sat in front of it, resting his hairy pink hands on his knees. Show your stuff. Redrick opened the briefcase, took out the list with prices and put it on the table before Thirty. Thirty glanced at it and flicked it to the side. Bones stood behind him and started reading the list over his shoulder. That's the bill, Redrick said. I see. Let's see the stuff, Thirty said. The money, Redrick said. What's this hoop? Bones asked suspiciously, pointing at the list over Thirty's shoulder. Redrick said nothing. He was holding the open briefcase on his lap and staring at the blue angelic eyes. Thirty finally chuckled. And why do I love you so much, my son? He muttered. They say love at first sight doesn't exist. He sighed dramatically. Phil, buddy, how to say it here? Dole out the cabbage, lay some greenbacks on him, give me a match. You see. He waved his cigar at him. Phil the Bones muttered something under his breath, tossed him a book of matches, and went through his curtain into the next room. Redrick could hear him talking to someone there, irritated and indistinct. Something about the cat being in the bag, and Thirty, his cigar finally lit, kept staring back at Redrick with a frozen smile on his thin, pale lips. Redrick, chin on briefcase, was looking at him and also trying not to blink, even though his lips were burning and his eyes were tearing. Bones came back, threw 2 packs of money on the table, and sat next to Redrick in a huff. Redrick lazily reached for the money, but Thirty mentioned him to stop, tore the wrappers from the money, and put them in his pajama pocket. Now, let's see. Redrick took the money and stuffed it into his inner jacket pocket without counting it. Then he presented his wares. He did it slowly, letting both of them examine the swag and check items off the list. It was quiet in the room. The only sound was Thirty's heavy breathing and the jingling coming from the other room. A spoon against the side of a glass, perhaps. When Redrick shut the briefcase and clicked the lock, Thirty looked up at him. What about the most important thing? No way, Redrick replied. He thought and added, so far. Like that, so far, Thirty said gently. How about you, Phil? You're throwing dust in our eyes, Stuart, Bones said suspiciously. Why the mystery, I ask you? That comes from the territory, shady dealings, Redrick said. We're in a demanding profession. All right, Thirty said. Where's the camera? Hell, Redrick stretched his cheeks, feeling the colour rise in his face. I'm sorry, I forgot all about it. There? Thirty asked, about making a vague gesture with the cigar. Don't remember. Probably there. Redrick shut his eyes and leaned back on the couch. Nope, I clean forgot. Further than unexpected. Too bad, Thirty said. But you at least saw the thing? Not even that, Redrick said sadly. That's the whole point. We didn't get as far as the blast furnaces. Burbridge fell into the jelly and I had to head back immediately. You be sure that if I'd seen it, I wouldn't have forgotten it. Hey, you, look at this, Bones whispered in fright. What's this? He stuck out his right index finger. The white metal hoop was twirling around his finger, and Bones was staring pop-eyed at the hoop. It's not stopping, he said aloud, moving his eyes from the hoop to Thrody and back again. What do you mean it's not stopping? Thrody asked carefully and moved away. I put it on my finger and gave it a spin, just for the hell of it, and it hasn't stopped for a whole minute. Bones lumped up and, holding his finger extended before him, ran behind the curtain. The silvery hoop twirled smoothly in front of him like a propeller. What the hell did you bring us? Thrody asked. God knows. I had no idea. If I had, I'd have asked way more for it. Thrody stared at him, then got up and went behind the curtain. Voices started babbling immediately. Roderick picked up a magazine from the floor and flipped through it. It was chock full of beauties, but somehow they nauseated him just then. Roderick's eyes roved around the room, looking for something to drink. Then he took it back from his inside pocket and counted the bills. Everything was in order, but to keep from falling asleep, he counted the other one. As he was putting it back in his pocket, Thrody came back. You're lucky, son, he announced, sitting opposite Roderick once more. You know what a perpetuum mobile is? Nope, we never studied that. You don't need to, Thrody said. He pulled out another pack. That's the price for the first specimen, he said, pulling off the wrapping. For each new one you'll get 2 packs like this. Got it, son? 2 apiece. But only on the condition that no one except you and I will ever know about it. We agreed? Roderick put the money back in his pocket and silently stood up. I'm going, he said. When and where for the next time? Thrody also rose. You'll be called. Retro call every Friday between 9 and 9:30 in the morning. You'll get regards from Phil and Hugh, and a meeting will be set up. Roderick nodded and headed for the door. Thrody followed and put his hand back on his shoulder. I want you to understand one thing, he continued. All this is very nice, charming and so on, and the hoop is simply marvellous. But above all, we need 2 things, the photos and the container filled up. Return our camera to us, but with exposed film, in a porcelain container, but not empty, filled, and never have to go into the zone again. Roderick shook Thrody's hand from his shoulder, unlocked the door, and went out. Returning, he walked down the thickly carpeted hallway and sensed the unwavering blue angelic gaze fixed on his back of his neck. He didn't wait for the elevator, but walked down from the 8th floor. 8th floor. Outside the metropole, he called a cab and went to the other side of town. The driver was a new one, someone Roderick didn't know. A big-nosed, pimply fellow. One of the hundreds that had poured into Harmond in the last few years to look for exciting adventures, untold riches, world fame, or some special religion. They poured in and end up as chauffeurs, construction workers, or thugs, thirsting, wretched, tortured by vague desires, profoundly disillusioned, and certain they had been tricked once again. Half of them, after hanging around for a month or 2, returned to their homes, cursing and spreading the word of their disillusionment to all the countries of the world. A very few became stalkers and quickly perished before they had caught on to the tricks of the trade. Some managed to get a job at the Institute, but only the best educated and smartest of them, who could at least work as lab assistants. The rest waited evening after evening in bars, sprawled over some difference of opinion, goals, or just because they were drunk, and drove the municipal police, the army, and the guards out of their minds. The pimply driver reeked of liquor a mile away, and his eyes were rabbit red. He was very excited and told Roderick how that morning a stiff from the cemetery showed up on their block. He came back to his house, and the house had been locked up for years, and everyone had moved. His widow, an old lady now, and his daughter and her husband and their children. He had died, the neighbors said, some 30 years ago, that is, before the visitation, and now there he was. He walked around the house, sniffed and scratched, and then sat by the fence and waited. People came round from the whole neighborhood. They stared and stared, but were afraid, of course, to come close. Finally, someone got a bright idea. They broke open the door to his house, making entrance for him. What do you think? He got up, went in, and shut the door behind him. I was late for work, so I don't know how it turned out, but I do know that they were planning to call the Institute and have someone come over and get him the hell out of here. Stop, Roderick said. Let me off right here. He rummaged in his pocket. He had no change and had to break a new bill. He stood in the doorway and waited for the cab to drive away. His cottage wasn't too bad. 2 stories, a glassed-in veranda with a cool pool table, and a well-tended garden, a greenhouse, and a white gazebo under the apple trees. A filigree iron fence painted light green surrounded it ale. Roderick pushed the bell several times. The gate swung open with a creak, and Roderick slowly moved up the shady path with rose bushes planted along the edges. Hamster was already standing on the porch. It was gnarled, black, and trembling with a desire to be of service. As I scroll down, lose position. Roderick slowly moved up the shady path with rose bushes planted on the edges. Hamster was already standing on the porch. He was gnarled, black, and trembling with a desire to be of service. Impatiently, he turned sideways, lowered one trembling leg in search of support, steadied himself, and dragged the other foot to meet its mate. His right arm shook convulsively in Frederick's direction, as if to say, "Coming, coming, any minute." Yes, I don't skip pages. "Hey, Red!" a woman's voice called from the garden. Roderick turned his head and saw bare, tanned shoulders, a bright red mouth, and a waving hand among the greenery next to the lacy white roof of the gazebo. He nodded to Hamster, turned from the path, and, breaking through the rose bushes, headed for the gazebo along the soft green grass. A large red mat was spread on the lawn, and Dina Burbridge was sitting regally on it with a glass in her hand and a minuscule bathing suit on her body. A book with a bright cover lay on the mat, and an ice bucket with a slender bottle neck peered over the edge, set in the shade nearby. "Hi, Red." "Hi, Red," Dina Burbridge said, greeting him with a wave of the glass. "Where's the old man? Don't tell me he's messed up again." Red took over her with a briefcase in his hands behind his back. "Yes." Brother Shaw managed to wash himself up with some marvelous children out there in the zone. It was all silk and satin, firm and full, flawless without a single unnecessary wrinkle. 120 pounds of sugar candy flesh and emerald eyes that had an inner glow, a large wet mouth and even white teeth, and raven hair shining in the sun and carelessly tossed over one shoulder. The sun was caressing her, pouring from her shoulders and to her belly and hips, leaving deep shadows between her almost naked breasts. He stood above her and looked her over openly. And she looked him up and down, and she looked up at him, laughing understandably, and then raised the glass to her lips and took several sips. "You want?" she asked, licking her lips. She waited long enough for him to get the double entendre and then handed him the glass. He turned and looked until he found a chaste spelled weirdly, lounge in the shade. He sat down and stretched his legs. "Burbridge is in the hospital," he said. "They're going to amputate his legs." Still smiling, she looked at him with one eye. The other was covered by the heavy hair that fell over his shoulder. But her smile had frozen, a sugary grin on her tan face. Then she swelled the glass, listening to the tinkle of the ice cubes. "Both legs?" "Both. Maybe below the knees, maybe above." She put down the glass and pushed back her hair. She was no longer smiling. "Too bad," she said. "And that means you—" Dina Burbridge was the one person he could have told how what happened in all the details. He could have even told her how they drove back, his brass knuckles ready, and how Burbridge had begged, not for himself even, but for the children, for her and for Archie. He promised him the golden ball, but he didn't tell her. He pulled out a pack of money from his breast pocket and tossed it onto the red mat, right at her long naked legs. The notes fanned out in a rainbow. Dina absent-mindedly picked up several and examined them, though she had never seen one before, but wasn't that interested. "This is the last earnings, then," she said. Riddick leaned over from the chaise lounge and pulled the bottle from the ice bucket. He looked at the label. Water was dripping along the dark glass, and Riddick held the bottle away from him. Redrick held the bottle away from himself, so as not to drip on his pants. He did not like the expensive whiskey, but he could force himself to have a slug at a time like this. He was just about to put the bottle to his mouth when he was stopped by indistinct sounds of protestation behind him. He looked around and saw that Hamster was painfully dragging his feet across the lawn, holding glasses clear of liquid in both his hands. The exertion was making the sweat pour off his dark, woolly head. His bloodshot eyes had practically popped out of their sockets. When he saw that Redrick was looking at him, he extended the glass in despair and sort of moved and howled, opening his toothless mouth ineffectually. I'll wait, Redrick said, and shoved the bottle back in the bucket. Hamster finally limped over, gave Redrick the glass, and patted his shoulder shyly with his arthritic hand. Thanks, Dixon, Redrick said seriously. That's just what I need right now. As usual, right on top of things. And while Hamster shook his head in embarrassment and rapture and convulsively slapped himself on the hip with his good arm, Redrick raised the glass, nodded to him, gulped down half. Then he looked at Dina. You want? He asked, meaning the glass. Did not reply. She was folding a bill in half and in half once again, and then again. Cut it out, he said. You won't be lost. You're old man. She interrupted him. And so you dragged him out, she said. She wasn't asking. She was stating a fact. You carried him, you jerk. The whole zone. You red-headed cretin. You dragged that bastard on your backbone, you ass. You blew an opportunity like that. He was watching her, his glass forgotten. She got up and stood in front of him, walking over the scattered money, and stopped and clenched fist jammed into her smooth hip, blocking out the entire world for him with her marvelous body smelling of perfume and sweet sweat. It's because all of you idiots wrapped around his finger. He'll walk all over your bones. Just wait and see. He'll walk on your thick skulls on crutches. He'll show you the meaning of brotherly love and mercy. He was screaming. I bet he promised you the golden ball, right? The map, the traps? Jerk, I can see by your dumb face that he did. Just wait. He'll give you a map. Lord have mercy on the soul of the red-headed fool, Redrick Schuart. Redrick got up slowly and slapped her face hard. She shut up, sank to the grass, and buried her face in her hands. You fool. Red, she muttered. To blow an opportunity like that. Redrick looked down at her and finished the vodka. He thrust it at Hamster and without looking at him. There was nothing to talk about. Some fine kids Burbridge conjured up in the zone, loving and respectful. He went into the street and hailed a cab. He told the driver to go to the Borscht. He had to finish up his fares. He was dying for sleep. Everything was swimming before his eyes, and he fell asleep in the cab. His body slumped over the briefcase, and it woke only when the driver shook him. Drink. That's a good gin. We're here, mister. Where are we? He looked around. I told you the bank. No way, buddy. You said the Borscht. Here's the Borscht. Okay, Redrick grumbled. Must have dreamed it. He paid up and got out, barely able to move his heavy legs. The asphalt was steaming in the sun. It was very hot. Redrick realized that he was soaked, that there was a bad taste in his mouth. His eyes were tearing. He looked around before going in. As usual at this time of day, the street was deserted. Businesses weren't open yet, and the Borscht was supposed to be closed too, but Ernest was at his post already, wiping glasses and giving dirty looks to the trios sopping up beer in the corner. The chairs had not been removed from the other tables. An unfamiliar porter in a white jacket was mopping the floor, and another was struggling with a case of beer behind Ernest. Redrick went up to the bar, put the briefcase on the bar, and said hello. Ernest muttered something that was not exactly welcoming. Give me a beer, Redrick said, and yawned convulsively. Ernest slammed an empty mug on the table and grabbed the bottle from the refrigerator, opened it, and upended it over the mug. Redrick, covering his mouth with his hand, stared at Ernest's hand. It was trembling. The bottle hit the edge of the mug several times. Redrick looked up at Ernest's face. His heavy eyelids were lowered, with his puffy mouth twisted and his fat cheeks drooping. The porter was mopping right under Redrick's feet. The guys in the corner were arguing loudly over the races, and the other porter with the crates backed into Ernest so hard that he reeled. The man mumbled an apology. Ernest spoke with a cramped voice. Did you bring it? Bring what? Redrick looked over his shoulder. One of the guys stood up lazily, went to the door. He stopped in the doorway to light a cigarette. Let's go talk, Ernest said. The porter with a mop was now also between Redrick and the door. The big black man, along the lines of Gutalin, but twice as broad. Let's go, Redrick said, and picked up the briefcase. He didn't feel sleepy anymore in either eye. He went behind the bar and squeezed past the porter with the cases of beer. The porter had apparently caught his finger. He was sucking his fingertip and watching Redrick. It was a big fellow with a broken nose and cauliflower ears. Ernest went into the back room, and Redrick followed him. It was now there were 3 guys from the corner table were blocking the door, and the porter with the mop was standing near the curtains that led to the storeroom. In the back room, Ernest stepped aside and sat on a chair by the wall. Captain Quarterblad, yellow and angry, stood up from the table. From somewhere in the left of a huge UN tribute appeared, his helmet pulled down over his eyes, and quickly frisked him with his large hands. He slowed down in his right pocket and extracted the brass knuckles. He prodded Redrick in the captain's direction. Redrick approached to the table and set the briefcase in front of Captain Quarterblad. "You bloodsucker," he said to Ernest. Ernest raised his eyebrows and shrugged one shoulder. It was all clear. The 2 porters on the doorway were smoking. There were no other doors, and the window was barred from the outside. Captain Quarterblad, his face contorted by disgust, was digging around with both hands in the briefcase and taking out the swag and putting it on the table. 2 small empties, 9 batteries, various sizes of black sprays, 16 pieces in a polyethylene package, 2 perfectly preserved sponges, and 1 jar of carbonated clay. "Anything in your pockets?" Captain Quarterblad asked softly. "Emptied them." "Snakes," Redrick said. "Skunks." He pulled out a pack of bills and flung it on the table. They scattered. The captain said, "Any more?" "Lousy toads," Redrick shouted and threw the second pack on the floor. "There you go. I hope you choke on it." "Very interesting," the captain said calmly. "Now pick it up." "The hell I will," Redrick said, putting his hands behind his back. "Your slaves will pick it up. You can pick it up yourself for all I care." "Pick up the money, stalker," Captain Quarterblad said without raising his voice, leaning his fist on the table and straining towards Redrick. They stared at each other for a few seconds, then Redrick muttered curses from under his breath, crouched down, and reluctantly set about picking up the money. The porters were snickering behind his back, and the UN trooper snorted gleefully. "Don't snort at me," Redrick said. "You'll lose your snot." He was crawling around on his hands and knees, and picked up the notes one by one, moving closer and closer to the dark brass lying peacefully on the dusty parquet floor. He turned to get better access. He kept shouting obscenities, all the ones he could remember and ones he was making up along the way. When the moment was right, he shut up, tensed, grabbed the ring, pulled it up with all his strength, and before the open trap door landed on the floor, he had jumped headfirst into the grey cold prison of the wine cellar. He fell on his hands, somersaulting, jumped up, and ran hunched over, seeing nothing, counting on his memory and luck, into the narrow passageway between the cases of bottles, knocking them over as he went past, hearing them fall and shatter in the passage behind him. Slipping, he ran up some invisible steps, threw his body against the door with its rusty hinges, and found himself in Ernest's garage. He was shaking and panting. There were bloody spots swimming before his eyes, and his heart was beating heavily, with strong jolts right in his throat. But he did not stop for a second. He ran for the far corner and scraped his hands, tore into the mountain of garbage that hid in the place where the boards had been removed from the wall. He lay down on his stomach and crawled through, hearing his jacket tear. When he was out in the narrow courtyard, he crouched down behind the garbage cans, pulled off his jacket, threw away his tie, gave himself a quick once-over, brushed off his pants, straightened up, and ran into the yard. He dove into a low, smelly tunnel that led into the next courtyard. He listened for the whine of the police sirens as he ran. There weren't any yet, and he ran faster, scaring playing children, and dodging hanging laundry, crawling through holes in rotten fences, trying to get out of the neighborhood as fast as possible, before Captain Quarterblad had cordoned it off. He knew the area very well. He played on all the yards and cellars and abandoned laundries and coal cellars. He had plenty of acquaintances and even friends here. And under different circumstances, he would have had no trouble in hiding out, even for a week, in the neighborhood. But he hadn't made a daring escape from arrest under Captain Quarterblad's very nose, adding an easy 12 months to his sentence for that. He was very lucky. On 7th Street, a parade of some brotherhood or other was making cautious progress down the street. 200 of them, just as dishevelled and filthy as he was. Some looked worse, as though they had spent the evening crawling through holes in fences, spilling the contents of garbage cans on themselves, maybe even having spent the night rowdily in a coal bin. He ducked out of the doorway into the crowd and cutting across, pushing and shoving, stepping on feet, getting an occasional fist in his face and returning the favour, until he broke out on the other side of the street and ducked into another doorway. Just then, the familiar disgusting wail of the patrol cars resounded. The parade came to a grinding halt, folding up like an accordion. It was in a different neighbourhood now, and Captain Quarterblade had no way of knowing which one. He approached his own garage from the side of the radio in an electronics store. He had to wait while the workmen loaded a van with a television set. He made himself comfortable in a ragged lilac bushes by the windowless side of the neighbouring houses. Caught his breath and had a cigarette. He smoked greedily and crouched down and leaning against the tile-rough fireproof wall, touching his cheek from time to time, trying to still the nervous tie. He thought and thought and thought. When the van of the workers finally pulled away, honking into the driveway, he laughed and softly said after them, "Thanks, boys. You held up this fool and let me think." He started moving quickly, but without rushing. Cleverly and premeditatively, like he worked in the zone. Not rushing, cleverly and meditatively, like he worked in the zone. He entered his garage through the hidden passage, noiselessly lifted the old seat, carefully pulled the roll of paper from the bag in the basket and slipped it inside his shirt. He took an old worn leather jacket from the hook and a greasy cap in the corner and pulled it down over his eyes. The cracks in the door let narrow rays of light with dancing dust into the gloomy garage. The kids were yelling and playing outside. As he was leaving, he heard his daughter's voice. He put his eyes against the widest crack and watched Monkey wave 2 balloons and run around the swings. 3 old women with knitting on their laps were sitting on a nearby bench, watching her with pursed lips, exchanging their lousy opinions and dried up hags. The kids were fine, playing with her as though she were just like them. It was worth all the bribery. He bought them a slide and a dollhouse and the swings, and the bench that the old biddies were on. "All right," he said, tore himself away from the crack, looked around the garage one more time, and crawled into the hole. In the southwest part of town, near the abandoned gas station at the end of Minor Street, was a phone booth. God only knew who used it these days. All the houses around it were bearded up, and beyond all, it was the seeming endless empty lot that used to be the town dump. Rivik sat down in the shade of the booth, then stuck his hand into the crack below. He felt the dusty wax paper and the handle of the gun wrapped in it. The lead box of bullets was there too, as well as the bag with the bracelets and the old wallet with fake documents. His hiding place was in order. Then he took off his jacket and cap and felt inside his shirt. Sat for a minute or two, hefting his hand in the porcelain containing the invincible and inevitable death it contained. He felt the nervous tick come back. "Sure," he muttered, not hearing his own voice. "What are you doing, you snake, you scum? They can kill us all with this thing." He held his twitching cheek, but it didn't help. "Bastards," he said about the workers that had been loading the TV sets. "You got in my way. I could have thrown it back in the zone. The bitch. It would have been all over." He looked around sadly. The hot air was shimmering over the cracked cement. The hoarded up windows looked at him gloomily, and tumbleweed rolled around the lot. He was alone. "All right," he said decisively. "Every man for himself. And God takes care of everybody. I've had it." Hurrying so as to not change his mind, he stuffed the container into the cap and wrapped the cap in the jacket, got on his knees and leaned against the booth. It moved. The bulky package fit in the bottom of the pit under the booth, with room to spare. He carefully replaced the booth, shook it to see how steady it was, and got up, brushing off his hands. That's it. It's settled. He got into the heat of the phone booth, deposited a coin, and dialed. "Good," he said. "Please don't worry. They caught me again." He could hear her shuddering sigh. He quickly added, "It's a minor offence, 6 to 8 months, with visiting rights. We'll manage, and you'll have money. They'll send it to you." She was still silent. Tomorrow morning they'll call you down to the command post. We'll see each other then. Bring monkey. Will there be a search? She asked. Let them. The house is clean. Don't worry. Keep your tail up. You know, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. You married a stalker, so don't complain. See you tomorrow, and remember, I didn't call. I'll kiss your little nose. He hung up abruptly and stood for a few seconds, eyes shut and teeth clenched so tightly there was tingling in his ears. Then he deposited another coin and dialed another number. Listening, said 30. It's Stuart. Listen carefully and don't interrupt. Stuart? What Stuart? Asked 30 in a natural manner. Don't interrupt, I said. They caught me. I ran. I'm going to turn myself in now. I'm going to get 2.5, all 3 years. My wife will be penniless. You take care of her, so that she needs nothing, understand? Understand, I said. Go on, said 30. Not far from the place where we first met, there's a phone booth. It's the only one, you won't mistake it. The porcelain is under it. If you want it, take it. If you don't. But my wife must be taken care of. We still have many years of playing together. If I come back and find out you double-cross me, I don't suggest you do that. Understand? I understand everything, said 30. Thanks. After a pause, he asked, Maybe you want a lawyer? No, said Redrick. Every last cent goes to my wife. My regards. He hung up, looked around, dug his hands into pants pockets, and slowly went up Minor Street between the empty boarded houses. This is the end of chapter 2. And this is where I stop reading the story for the meantime and say thank you for coming and watching my Monday stream. We're now at page 72 of the story. It's very interesting. To think I never finished this properly. I actually like how this avatar looks on stream. Look over to my right monitor. Looking forward to reading more of this. No, I don't know how long the next chapter is. We're at least halfway through the story now. Let's see, what do we get? We got Redrick Schuart went into the zone again, but unofficially, not as part of the Institute. He pulled out a lot of artifacts, quite a lot of artifacts. He had a contact where he was selling some of them, and another contact where he was going to sell more. His old friend at the Borscht. But there was a commander there, and he ran. One last package that he offered to the angelic eyes, the throaty. Right, time to finish up. Thank you very much for coming to watch tonight's stream. Remember, you are beautiful, and I love you. All of you. Here now or later. Whom should we send you to? Who is live? Oh no. Oop. Who is live? Aki is live. Yoga is live. Stop. You got a suggestion, Dan? This is up to me today. Oh, we got quite a lot of people live. Yoga would probably be a good idea. Might raid yoga. Yeah, let's go yoga. I think. All right, we're going to yoga. Just quickly get things. Oh no, dead. Yeah, my volume mixer. Okay, that's better. Volume mixer. There we go. Leave my volume mixer up. Okay, we're off to yoga tonight. Count. Three. There we are. 3 of them. Right. Off to yoga. Thank you very much for coming tonight. Again, for a third time, remember you are beautiful and I love you. You'll take care and see you Friday with Nico, probably for some remnant. I'll have a chat with Nico. We'll see about that. Until then, love yous.